Chapter 1341. Young chieftain, your expression doesn't seem right. Or do you have some thoughts about my closed-door disciple? The high priest noticed He Linlin's expression. Regarding the relationship between Yi Baiming and the Black Qilin tribe, the high priest more or less knew about it. The relationship between the high priest and He Yao could be considered as a close one. It was also because of He Yao's existence that the high priest was unable to completely control the Black Qilin tribe, the strongest of the Bakra orcs. This matter had always been a sore point for the high priest. But at this moment, Yi Baiming suddenly appeared. It was also because he knew that Yi Baiming and He Yao had a special relationship that he wanted to rope in Yi Baiming. He Yao had been wise all his life, but he would never have thought that his son would become a tool of the beast god altar. If Yi Baiming shocked everyone in the Bakra tribe competition, He Yao's expression would be incomparably interesting. The high priest was secretly pleased, but his face was filled with modesty and no fluctuations could be seen. High priest, you worry too much. Your closed-door disciple has an extraordinary temperament. The high priest is very fortunate. He Linlin didn't dare to ask too much. Right now, she was only thinking about whether she should tell her father about this matter as soon as possible. Since this is the case, I will have to trouble junior clan leader to lead the way. I heard that during this period of time, many unexpected things have happened in the Bahuang clan competition. The Grand Priestess laughed as she followed He Linlin towards the Sky Harmony City. Between He Linlin and the High Priest, the undercurrents were surging. Within the Sky Harmony City, there were also several undercurrents that were ready to make a move, surging forward menacingly. The Bakra tribe competition consisted of 3 rounds, single elimination round, challenge round, and core round. The single elimination round was completely open to the public. As long as one was in Sky Harmony City, they could come and watch. But from the start of the challenge round, things were different. The plaza was already surrounded, and the guards of the Black Qilin tribe could be seen everywhere. If one wanted to enter the plaza, they would need a special token. The challenge round was semi-open. Other than the 8 Bakra tribes, the entrance fee to the plaza was as high as 100 purple gold, and the number of people allowed to enter each day was limited to 5,000. The Black Qilin tribe would be able to earn hundreds of thousands of purple gold coins for the high ticket price. After the competition ended, the original 2 arenas, the Ba Serpent Arena and the Celestial Fox Arena, were torn down and replaced with a brand new challenge arena. 8 brand new tents were set up around the arena. Just by looking at the insignia on the tents, one could identify the different beast clans. Among them, the upper-class orcs' tents were gold in color, and they were closest to the arena. The tents of the middle-ranked beasts were red in color and were slightly further away from the arena. Next were the inferior orcs. Their tents were blue, and because the Ba Serpent tribe had been eliminated this year, the Chinese had replaced them and obtained the Ba Serpent tribe's tents. In each tent were their respective team leaders and 10 contestants. After the 8 tents were the audience who had bought tickets to enter the arena. However, compared to the 8 Bakra tribes, the viewing experience was much worse. After the incident at the Skirich Arena, the challenge arena this time was just an ordinary arena. However, there were some magic arrays set up around the arena. It was said that someone in the Black Qilin tribe had suggested that they set up these arrays at the last minute to prevent people from using sorcery. When Yun Xing heard this, she laughed sheepishly. Needless to say, this was also directed at her. Although the Celestial Fox tribe had won the challenge round successfully this time, the outside world still had a lot of objections. The 3 most famous contestants of the Celestial Fox tribe, Yun Sheng, Lu Yunshuang, and Yu Shang, had won too easily and mysteriously. This was especially so for the Peng Feather tribe and the Green Hell Wolf tribe. These 2 tribes had a good relationship with the Ba Serpent tribe. Before the challenge round, they had already said that the Celestial Fox tribe had used sorcery to win, and they wanted to seek justice for the Ba Serpent tribe. The sun was high in the sky, and under the gazes of thousands of people, the deputy chief of the Black Chelan tribe, Wuxia, walked up to the arena. The moment he stepped on the arena, he heard a flood of cheers, most of which were the screams of women. Deputy Chief, the Deputy Chief is so handsome. Deputy Chief, look over here, we love you. After all, Sky Harmony City was the capital of the Black Chelan tribe. Most of the people who had bought tickets and entered the challenge round were from the Black Chelan tribe. This also gave the other Bakra tribes a lot of pressure. Wuxia's status in the Black Chelan tribe could be seen. Wuxia was obviously used to such a scene. He waved his hand, and the square suddenly quieted down, as if someone had suddenly grabbed the throats of the 5,000 people. Fellow chiefs, fellow Bakra orcs, and the audience who came to watch the competition, welcome to Sky Harmony City. Representing the entire Black Chelan tribe, I welcome all of you. The challenge round is about to begin, but before that, I will announce the rules of this round. As the host of this competition, Wuxia would not participate in this round's challenge round. Other than Wuxia himself, the top 3 contestants from the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D tribe in the Golden Tent were seeded contestants and would not participate in this round's challenge round. Other than the 3 great Bakra tribes, the other 5 great Bakra tribes, including the newly risen Chinese tribe, had to participate in the challenge round. The challenge round would last for a total of 5 days. Every contestant who was not a seeded contestant could challenge anyone from the Bakra tribes. But if they lost, they would be eliminated. If they wanted to enter the core round, they would need to accumulate at least 5 points. If they defeated an opponent, they would gain 1 point, and if they tied, they would gain 0 points. In other words, if someone wanted to win without a fight, it would be impossible. Yunxing quickly calculated in her heart. Excluding the unseeded contestants, there were a total of 71 contestants from the 8 great Bakra tribes. It would not be an easy task to win 5 consecutive matches. Because other than challenging your opponents, you would also have to prevent others from challenging you. Those who could enter the challenge round were all the elites of the Bakra orcs. None of them could be underestimated. Although one only needed to win 5 matches in the core round, after 5 days, no one could guarantee that they would not become the target of others. This was especially so for some of the weaker contestants. They would most likely be hunted down by others on the first day. On the last day, it should be the time when the battles would be the most intense. As expected of the Bakra tribes, it was simply a slaughter between beasts. Yunsheng's gaze involuntarily landed on the tent of the Black Chelan tribe. There were only 8 people inside, and He Linlin was nowhere to be seen. As a seeded contestant, He Linlin did not need to participate in the challenge round. Suddenly, Yunsheng caught sight of a hostile gaze. The other party was a female warrior from the Black Chelan tribe. She was staring at Yunsheng with a gaze of hatred. Chapter 1342. Yunsheng's instincts told her that the woman was very hostile towards her. However, Yunsheng remembered that apart from He Linlin, she did not seem to have offended any other women in the Black Chelan tribe. The woman looked at her as if she had stolen her man. Anyone who could stand in the Black Chelan tribe's camp must be either rich or noble. It was not a good thing to be nagged by someone like that. The woman obviously noticed Yunsheng's gaze. She glared at Yunsheng before looking away. Yunsheng touched the tip of her nose with an innocent look on her face. However, Yunsheng soon realized that apart from the female Black Chelan warrior, there were many other gazes looking at her provocatively. These gazes lingered on the Celestial Fox tribe's tent and the Chinese's tent the most. It seems that the first match of the day will be held in our tribe. Yushang also noticed this and let out a laugh that made one's ears hurt. Yushang, shut your mouth. We're all in the same camp, Lu Yunchuang said coldly. Although the Celestial Fox tribe had won 6 consecutive matches and entered the challenge round, in the eyes of the other beast tribes, the Celestial Fox tribe and the Chinese, who had replaced the Bash tribe, were the weakest of the Bakra orcs. If he wanted to accumulate challenge points, the easiest way was to start from these two tribes. Yun Sheng was not surprised by Yu Shang's gloating. If it were not for the fact that people in the same camp were not allowed to challenge each other, Yu Shang would probably be the first to challenge her. However, this situation would only last until the challenge round. Yun Sheng knew very well that if she and Yu Shang entered the core round, there would be no such thing as being in the same camp or not. Yun Sheng, the woman glaring at you is the daughter of the Black Qilan tribe's elder. Do you have a grudge against her? Lu Yunshuang asked with concern. Yun Sheng still had quite a few enemies in the Ba Huang tribe. If she offended the Black Qilan tribe, it wouldn't be a good thing. This was especially true for the Winged Peng clan's Yin Peng and the others. As soon as they entered the arena, they had their eyes on Yun Sheng. There was also the young chief of the Green Hell Wolves, Green Tusk. It was said that he and Yin Peng were best friends. If these two people instigated the warriors in the tribe to challenge Yun Sheng together, it would be troublesome. A challenge issued during the challenge competition could not be rejected. If he was challenged too many times in a day, it would be bad for his mana recovery. Yunshuang, it's a good thing that someone is challenging me. Maybe in less than 5 days, I can accumulate 5 points and advance directly. It's better than some people who have to rack their brains and think about who to choose as their opponent. Yun Sheng didn't care. Yun Sheng was very hardworking when it came to cultivation, but when it came to matters like this, she could only be considered a lazy person. Her motto was that if others didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. Since those people wanted to throw their lives away, she didn't mind at all sending them on their way. If someone thought she was a pushover, she would let them know what it meant to have their heads broken and bleed. Unexpectedly, Yu Shang's crow's beak was so effective. Dugu Xiu had just announced the start of the competition when the female warrior of the Black Qilan tribe took the lead and rushed onto the stage. I am Li Liqing, the Black Qilan. Li Liqing had a valiant appearance. She was dressed in light armor and had willowy eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her cultivation was very impressive. Yun Sheng saw that she was at least a peak martial emperor. With this kind of cultivation, she could be considered an expert among the younger generation. In fact, among the women of the Black Qilan tribe, Li Liqing's cultivation was only slightly inferior to He Linlin's. Thus, in her heart, she naturally thought that the seductive woman Yun Sheng, who had won by relying on sorcery, was simply no match for her. Li Liqing, who do you want to challenge? Dugu Xiu didn't find it strange that Li Liqing was the first to enter the stage. Li Liqing was impulsive and liked to be in the limelight. To put it bluntly, she was brainless. Previously, she had publicly confessed her love to Dugu Xiu, but Dugu Xiu had flatly rejected her. The person I want to challenge is her, Yun Sheng of the Celestial Fox tribe, Li Liqing shouted at Yun Sheng. After Li Liqing finished speaking, many people in the other beastmen's tent sighed. The Celestial Fox tribe, which could be considered pushovers, had one less contestant. It was such a pity that the Black Qilan tribe had taken the lead. After all, the Black Qilan tribe's tents were the closest to the stage. The Black Qilan tribe's warriors had the geographical advantage. Dugu Xiu stood at the edge of the stage. His eagle-like eyes gradually turned cold. This woman really wanted to see the world burn. Many years ago, Dugu Xiu had exchanged blows with Yun Sheng. At that time, the impression that Yun Sheng gave him was that she was unfathomable. Not only was her medical expertise shocking, she also knew the art of summoning. However, these two weren't the most fatal points of Yun Sheng. Her magic couldn't be underestimated either. Li Liqing was someone from the Black Qilan tribe. Dugu Xiu had originally wanted her to win the first round, giving the Black Qilan tribe a good start. Unfortunately, this woman had chosen an opponent that she shouldn't have chosen. Li Liqing was the daughter of an elder of the Black Qilan tribe. This point, everyone in the Sky Harmony City knew. For a period of time, the entire public square was filled with a boiling cauldron of voices. The spectators were all supporting the expert from the Black Chelan tribe. The home ground advantage of the Black Chelan tribe was completely gone. As for Yun Sheng, this name could be considered to have some fame within the Sky Harmony City. However, the origin of this fame was more due to her performance in the Celestial Fox Arena. It was unknown when it started, but there was a rumor that the reason why Yun Sheng of the Celestial Fox tribe was able to win was because she knew a sorcery. She relied on sorcery to enter the challenge round. The Black Chelan tribe revered the strong and despised those who resorted to trickery. From their point of view, the purebredly leeching belonged to the former, while the mixed blood of the Celestial Fox, who relied on despicable means to win, belonged to the latter. Hu Qianqiu's face was filled with a headache. This Yun Sheng was really a natural calamity star. Why did she always attract trouble wherever she went? On the other hand, Yun Sheng was natural and unrestrained. She didn't care about the cheers and walked up the arena unhurriedly. Just as she stepped onto the arena, she heard a wave of earth-shattering jeers. There were even some fruit peels, eggs, and small stones that were thrown at her. Luckily, a magic array was set up beside the arena. Those objects didn't hit Yun Sheng. However, the public square was instantly in a mess. Seeing this, Green couldn't help but stand up. Green, don't act rashly. If you help her, it will only lead to a bigger misunderstanding. The Nine Phoenix tribe leader also frowned. However, his thoughts were far more meticulous than Green's. He knew that if Green stood out now, Yun Sheng would not only bear the name of sorcery, she would also bear the name of a fickle vixen. In the Bahuang tribe competition, there is only one way to gain respect. That is to be strong, strong enough. After the Nine Phoenix tribe leader finished speaking, he looked at Yun Sheng who was on the arena. He hoped that this lass would not disappoint him. Chapter 1343. After listening to his grandfather's words, Green had no choice but to sit back down. As for the chiefs in the other tents, they also looked at the Celestial Fox tribe's tent with a playful expression. If it were other Bakra orcs, especially the Behemoth tribe's chief Lipa, with her temper, she would definitely stand up and curse if her contestant had suffered a loss in the arena. However, the one who was humiliated this time was the Celestial Fox tribe. Would Hu Qianqiu stand up? Lu Yunxuang and the others, as well as the other contestants who disliked Yunsheng, all looked at Hu Qianqiu in unison. They hoped that the clan leader would step forward and seek justice for their people. After all, Yunsheng represented the Celestial Fox tribe. Hu Qianqiu was as steady as a mountain. His eyelids did not even twitch, as if he did not see anything. When the people of the Celestial Fox tribe saw this, they were also very depressed. However, that was all they could do. There were only a few people in the Celestial Fox tribe. If the chief did not say anything, even if they wanted to help, they would not be able to do much. Under such circumstances, they could only stare blankly. This is too much. Hu Qianqiu, that old fool, is as timid as a mouse. Under such circumstances, he still does not dare to offend people. Boss Feather Rock, let's go up and seek justice for our master. Bobo, who was standing in the Chinese tent, witnessed this scene. Master Bobo, you can't do that. Boss Feather Rock was also depressed. However, they were now warriors representing the Chinese tribe. They could not expose their identities. Before the start of the competition, Yun Sheng had repeatedly warned Boss Feather Rock that during the competition, he could not acknowledge her until the last moment of life and death. Yun Sheng was already used to Hu Qianqiu's ostrich behavior. If Hu Qianqiu could stand up and help her at this time, it would really be a blessing for the ancestors of the Celestial Fox tribe. Faced with the jeering and all kinds of taunting whistles, Yun Sheng knew very well that this was a trick to smear Li Liqing's reputation. They wanted to suppress her before the competition even started. Yun Sheng's starry eyes flickered, and two charming dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. That woman is in for a tragedy. Master is angry, and the consequences are severe. Bobo, who was originally filled with righteous indignation and wanted to help her master vent her anger, had a strange expression on her little face. She knew very well that every time her master showed such an expression, it meant that the other party was in for a bad time. Yunxing suddenly let out a sharp roar. That roar shattered the magic array beside the stage. Like a demonic sound, it spread out in all directions like a rising tide. That voice seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens, but at the same time, it seemed to have gushed out from the ground, making it impossible to guard against. Everyone present felt their qi and blood stagnate. As for Li Liqing, who had a smug look on her face earlier, it was as if she had been slapped in the face. Her body couldn't help but tremble. She only felt that her internal organs seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Her face instantly turned as white as paper. Celestial Fox's 7 Tails inheritance, Beast King roar. The entire audience was silent. The mocking and whistling sounds from earlier had all disappeared. The patriarchs of the several beast clans who were waiting to watch a good show also had different expressions. Their mouths were wide open, enough to swallow an egg. The 9 Phoenix clan leader had a satisfied look on his face as he secretly praised in his heart. This girl was indeed not a person of the pond. She also understood that bullying the strong with the strong was the only way to survive in the Bahuang clan. The moment she went on stage, she used the 7 Tails Celestial Fox inheritance. What was that just now? What a terrifying sound. I feel like I'm going to go deaf. It seems to be that woman's voice. That kind of voice made my heart stop beating. The audience of the Black Chelan tribe, who had been jeering earlier, only woke up after a full quarter of an hour. In the square, there were nearly 5,000 people. The way they looked at Yunxing changed from the initial contempt to fear and then confusion. Although they did not know what Yunxing's move was, there was one thing that they could be sure of. It was definitely not some sorcery. After the Beast King roar, there was no longer anyone jeering in the square. What sorcery is that? Li Liqing took a while to calm down the churning dou qi in her body. At this moment, her chest was still faintly hurting. She had never seen such a powerful attack with just a roar. In her heart, she was even more certain that Yunxing was using sorcery. Short-sighted. It turns out that the warriors of the number 1 Black Chelan tribe of the Bahuang clan are only a so-so. Yunxing's face was full of contempt. Presumptuous, a lowly celestial fox bastard actually insulted the Black Chelan tribe. If I don't beat you until you can't fight back today, I'm not called Li Liqing. After Li Liqing finished speaking, the dou qi in her hand was dense and quickly condensed into a Qing Shao sword. Can't fight back. Then I'll do as you wish. Before Yunxing could finish speaking, there was a sudden roar in the sky and on the ground. Li Liqing did not have time to react. Streaks of black thorns and brown earth spikes whizzed towards Li Liqing. Those black thorns were like lightning flashing, and those earth spikes multiplied endlessly. Yunxing actually used the dark thorns and earth spike sorcery in one go. However, no one noticed when exactly she had started chanting. Densely packed, one after another, from the sky, from the ground, and from all directions. Every single one of them was aimed at Li Liqing's blind spots. These sorceries seemed tricky, but they were not fatal. Every single one of them was aimed at Li Liqing's feet, her armor, or her hair. It forced Li Liqing to be like an ant on a hot pan. She could neither dodge nor run. She was in a very sorry state. Rather than calling this a fight, it would be more accurate to say that they were humiliating Li Liqing. However, it was this unique way of fighting that caused the expressions of the various beast tribes to change. Everyone knew that the control of sorcery was a very delicate matter, especially when Yunxing was able to launch such a densely packed dark thorns and earth spike sorcery in one go. Every single one of her attacks was just right. This required the sorcerer to have extraordinary control over sorcery. Furthermore, the sorcerer had to have sufficient sorcery. The leaders of the other beast tribes knew that even the elder-level sorcerers in their tribes would not be able to control sorcery to such an exquisite degree. The reason why Yun Sheng was able to do this was because she possessed a multi-elemental magic soul. At the same time, she had also cultivated the demon-god transformation that the Netherworld Ghost King had imparted to her. After learning the demon-god transformation, her sorcery reflexes and sorcery recovery speed had increased by a large margin compared to ordinary people. Previously, there were people who said that the Celestial Fox tribe's Yun Sheng had relied on sorcery to enter the Challenger League. After seeing this scene, who would dare to say such a thing? The good news was that the male lead would basically stick to the female lead in the future. Then, there would be unexpected benefits that would satisfy the needs of certain children. Chapter 1344. At this moment, Li Liqing also wanted to cry but had no tears. Although she had a sharp duqi sword in her hand, she had no way to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, she was already forced to the corner of the stage and was about to be forced off the stage. Deputy clan leader Dugu, as usual, leaving the stage is considered a loss. Yun Sheng had a satisfied look on her face, as if using two types of magic at the same time was very easy for her, as simple as eating and drinking. Dugu Xiu's face alternated between red and white. He had already predicted that Li Liqing would lose, but he didn't expect that Yun Sheng would use such a straightforward and violent method to make her lose. He had almost forgotten that Yun Sheng was originally a woman who loved to hold grudges, but at the same time, she was also excessively smart. That's right. Dugu Xiu spat out these two words with great difficulty. All right. Yun Sheng was straightforward. She waved the magic scepter in her hand. A dark heavenly thorn as thick as an arm pierced Li Liqing's chest. The powerful dark heavenly thorn caused Li Liqing to scream miserably as she was violently thrown off the stage. She rolled on the ground, her body covered with wounds. Her armor was completely shattered, and her entire body was charred black. The entire competition lasted for less than 15 minutes. In the square, the Black Chelan tribe's citizens were completely silent. The Bakra orcs' tents were also deathly silent. Those Bakra orcs who were regretting not being able to take the lead and pick the soft persimmon to bully, were now rejoicing. Good heavens, luckily they didn't challenge that Yun Sheng. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know how they would die. Celestial Fox Tribe, Yun Sheng, 1 point. Dugu Xiu waved his hand, and two Black Chelan warriors carried Li Liqing off the stage. Just when everyone thought that the competition was over, Li Liqing, who was crawling on the ground, suddenly jumped up. I'll fight it out with you. Li Liqing was defeated by Yun Sheng, and she was utterly defeated. She was so proud and arrogant. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to fight it out with Yun Sheng. She arched her body like a desperate mother beast. A dagger shining with green light appeared in her hand as she rushed towards Yun Sheng. The dagger had long been smeared with deadly poison. "Tsk, I was going to let you live." Yun Sheng frowned, and the dark thorns gathered together to form a dark prison, trapping Li Liqing within. "Yun Sheng, be merciful whenever possible." Dugu Xiu saw that Yun Sheng was going to kill him, so he was about to charge into the dark sky prison. The powerful dark magic fluctuations made it so that Dugu Xiu couldn't break through them for a while. If Li Liqing was killed in front of him, the Black Chelan tribe would lose a lot of face. You should save those words for the dead. Yun Sheng clenched her hand, and the dark sky prison suddenly exploded. Li Liqing's body was turned into ashes by the heavenly thorns. Only a few pieces of charred armor were left on the ground. Gasp! The sound of people gasping could be heard. Not only did this woman not give face to the deputy patriarch, she even killed Li Liqing. Dugu Xiu's face darkened as he stared at Yun Sheng. Deputy patriarch, this woman killed Li Liqing. We have to avenge her. In the Black Chelan tribe's tent, the remaining warriors were furious. Dugu Xiu was furious, but at the same time, he had a headache. Yunsheng's actions made him not know how to pacify the emotions of the citizens and warriors. Quiet. Just when Duguxiu was in a difficult position, the 9-Phoenix-old patriarch stood up and made a shushing gesture. The 9-1-old patriarch was the oldest among the current patriarchs of the 8 Wastelands Beast clan. He was a person of virtue and prestige. When he spoke, the people of the Black Qilin tribe and the citizens of the city all quieted down. Yunsheng, why didn't you stop? The 9-Phoenix-old patriarch admired Yunsheng's strength, but her personality was too, as the saying goes, a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake. How could she kill their people in the territory of the Black Qilin tribe? Old patriarch, why should I stop? Don't forget, just now, we were still in the arena. Fists and feet have no eyes. Who said that we can't kill? Or is it that no one has ever died in the arena of the Bahuang tribe competition? When Yunsheng said this, everyone remembered that at the last moment, Li Liqing launched a sneak attack and jumped onto the arena. Before leaving the arena, the two of them had not admitted defeat. This match was indeed not over. As for people dying in the Bahuang tribe competition, it was indeed a common occurrence. Vice Patriarch, what Yunsheng said just now makes sense. Everyone also saw that Li Liqing launched a sneak attack in the end. She used a dagger and even smeared poison. The tribe competition has a rule that poisonous weapons and evil techniques are prohibited. If anyone is found to have violated the rules, they will be disqualified immediately. The 9-Phoenix-old patriarch said. Old patriarch is right. I think that girl was just defending herself. If it was me, I would also slap her to death if I met such a junior. Patriarch Li Pa chimed in from the side. These two patriarchs were upright and plain-spoken people. They were disgusted by Li Liqing and the Black Qilin tribe's actions. Seeing that the others were speaking in support, but the Celestial Fox tribe's patriarch, Hu Qianxiu, did not say a word, Yunsheng despised him even more. This time, it's all Xiu's fault for not supervising properly. I've made a fool of myself. Next time, there definitely won't be a similar situation. Duguxiu let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Men, throw Li Liqing's corpse outside the city and feed it to the greedy wolves. Don't collect it. If anyone uses despicable methods in the tribe competition again, she will be your lesson. Just like that, Yunsheng obtained a point. This competition shook the confidence of the other beast tribes that originally planned to make a move on the Celestial Fox tribe. Since they could not make a move on the Celestial Fox tribe, they could only make a move on the other, soft persimmon, Chinese. I am Tsang Yi from the Silver Rock tribe. I will be the second to challenge. A warrior from the Silver Rock tribe walked out. Who do you want to challenge? Duguxiu asked. Tsang Yi looked towards the Chinese tent, but for a while, he could not call out the other party's name. It was no wonder. After all, the Chinese contestants were all unknown. In the previous competition with the Bash tribe, it was said that the Chinese had only sent out 3 people. Later, when the Bash tribe's warrior and young patriarch went missing, they automatically advanced. I challenge her. Tsang Yi looked at the people in the Chinese camp. Pick me, pick me. Bo Bo was excited at the side. After seeing her master show off his skills, she also wanted to go up and show off her skills. However, after a long time, Tsang Yi finally pointed to a dark-skinned woman in the Chinese camp. She was pretty and had a pair of pointy ears. It was unknown what kind of beast tribe she was from. Poor guy. After seeing Tsang Yi choose the Night Demon Queen, Yunsheng and Bo Bo both silently lit a candle for him in their hearts. Chapter 1345. Among all of Yunsheng's magical beasts, Bo Bo was undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. But if she fell into Bo Bo's hands, she would die at most. But if she fell into the hands of Night Demon Queen, she would rather die than live. The reason why Tsang Yi chose Night Demon Queen was that he could not feel the fluctuation of power from her body. But he did not know that Night Demon Queen was the best at hiding among all the magical beasts. Hee, little brother, you really made the right choice. I will let you never forget today. Night Demon Queen laughed like a flower. She flapped her wings. Today, she was wearing a tight-fitting leather miniskirt, revealing her perfect curves. She was also holding a leather whip in her hand, which made her look like a queen. Night Demon Queen flew to the arena and threw a coquettish glance at the audience below the arena. Immediately, there was a burst of cheers from the male animals in the arena. What's the background of this Hua woman? What a strong charm. The patriarchs of several major beast clans who were watching the battle could not help but wonder. Humph, how can a mere charm be a match for me, a rock warrior? Peng Wanli sneered. Obviously, he had some confidence in Tsang Yi's strength. Tsang Yi was not an ordinary person. He was born poor and relied on his strong iron claws and golden hooks to reach his current position. The opponent's trick was useless against Tsang Yi. Shameless woman, this point, I will take it. Tsang Yi was not moved at all. He spat at Night Demon Queen fiercely. In the sky, a mountain-sized rock claw appeared. The claw was like a small mountain, and it grabbed towards Night Demon Queen. This claw was so powerful that even gold and stone would be crushed into powder. In the center of the arena, under the eyes of the audience, the claw suppressed Night Demon Queen. Victory! One claw determined the winner. This Tsang Yi's strength was so strong. Tsang Yi also had a look of joy on his face. But then, a strange scene happened. Under the rock claw, countless black shadows flew out. The black shadows were like butterflies. They gathered together and became Night Demon Queen again. Looking at her, she didn't look injured at all. TSK, this queen hasn't suffered a loss in a long time. Brat, you've angered me. Before Night Demon Queen was contracted by Yun Sheng, she was a bloodthirsty person. She was furious and her eyes were fierce. Suddenly, purplish-black scales appeared on her delicate face. Streaks of black chi emitted from Night Demon Queen's body. Her figure suddenly grew countless times larger, like a huge shadow that encompassed the entire arena. Demonic Devour. Not good. Peng Wanli was shocked. But it was too late. Queen Night Demon let out a mournful cry. She opened her mouth and the black shadow swallowed Tsang Yi. By the time the arena regained its calm, Tsang Yi had already disappeared. There was only a bloodstain left on the arena. She ate him. That woman swallowed him whole. Although they were beasts, over the past few thousand years, the beasts of the 8 Desolates continent had evolved to the point where they were almost as strong as humans. The scene of a living beast man being swallowed was a visual shock to them. After swallowing Tsang Yi, Night Demon Queen's face was full of satisfaction. Her appearance once again returned to that of a delicate guest. She threw a flirtatious glance at Du Guxiu. Deputy Patriarch, you can announce the results of the competition. Chinese Night Demon, 1 point. Du Guxiu frowned. Today's competition was an eye-opener for everyone. Originally, they thought that this 8 Desolates tribe competition was a competition between the 3 upper beast tribes. They didn't expect that the Chinese, who suddenly emerged, also had such tyrannical strength. The 2 beast tribes, who were supposed to be the weakest, had performed well on the first day. One could imagine that after the first day of the competition, the other beast tribes would do their best to collect information on the Chinese and Celestial Fox. Chinese, 1 point. In the 2 rounds of competition, Yun Sheng of the Celestial Fox tribe and Night Demon of the Chinese have each obtained 1 point and are temporarily in the lead. Does anyone want to challenge the 3rd round of competition? Du Guxiu announced the results of the competition. After 2 rounds of counterattacks by the Celestial Fox tribe and the Chinese, the other beast tribes didn't dare to find trouble with the Celestial Fox tribe and the Chinese. The following challenges on the first day seemed to be much more ordinary. The Celestial Fox tribe and the Chinese suddenly turned from a popular, soft persimmon, to a smelly stone, in the latrine pit. No one dared to challenge them anymore. In the remaining rounds of competition, a warrior of the Bimeng tribe challenged a warrior of the Green Nether Wolf tribe. The Bimeng tribe obtained 1 point. A warrior of the Nine Phoenix tribe challenged a warrior of the Black Chelan tribe. After more than an hour of stalemate, the two sides finally exhausted their strength and had to end in a draw. After the first day, on the final ranking of the beast tribes, the Celestial Fox tribe, the Chinese, the Bimeng tribe, and the D tribe obtained 1 point each and were temporarily in the lead. As soon as the first day of competition ended, Dugu Xiu looked solemn and left with a few elders of the Black Chelan tribe. The leaders of the other beast tribes looked at the people of the Celestial Fox tribe and the Chinese cautiously and left without saying goodbye. Yun Sheng, you stole the limelight today. I'll definitely surpass you tomorrow. Yu Shang walked past Yun Sheng and glared at her. Compared to the temporary lead of the Celestial Fox tribe, Yun Sheng didn't care about Yu Shang's provocation. No matter how well they performed in the competition, the winner would be decided in the court competition. When the people of the Celestial Fox tribe left the square, Yun Sheng purposely walked behind them. At this moment, the street in front of them was noisy. The sound of hooves was endless. The majestic Black Chelan tribe was escorting a team and walking over. Seeing the Black Chelan tribe's team, the crowd spontaneously moved aside. Clearly, they respected this team very much. Yun Sheng didn't want to join in the fun, but at this moment, a few young men beside her suddenly shouted. It's the young tribe leader He Linlin. Miss He Linlin is still as beautiful as before. If I can marry a wife like her, I'll have no regrets in this life. Dream on. How could the young tribe leader like a toad like you? In my opinion, the young tribe leader and the vice tribe leader are quite compatible. But I heard that the vice tribe leader and the young tribe leader don't have a good relationship. They don't like each other. Besides, the two of them are biological siblings. Just by listening to the crowd's discussion, Yun Sheng knew that He Linlin had a high status in the city. He Linlin had just returned from the city. No wonder she didn't see her at the Bahuang tribe competition today. Now wasn't the time to fight with He Linlin. Yun Sheng lowered her head and blended into the crowd to avoid being discovered by He Linlin. She prepared to leave quickly. Chapter 1346. Just as Yun Sheng was about to blend into the crowd, she heard another cry. Who is that man beside young chief? How come I've never seen him before? A certain male passerby was clearly He Linlin's admirer, his mouth was full of jealousy. He Linlin was a famous iceberg beauty in the Black Chelan tribe. Since she was young, she had chased away countless admirers. Aside from Patriarch He Yao and a few elders, she had never had an extra man by her side. Isn't that so? That young master is really handsome. I think he's even more handsome than Vice Chief. I heard he's from Beast God Altar. Otherwise, why would young chief personally welcome him? A certain female passerby said with infatuation. Who said so? It's clearly Vice Chief who's more handsome. A certain female passerby was clearly Dugu Xiu's fanatic fan. Beast God Altar. Yun Sheng's eyebrows jumped as she thought of something. When Yi Baiming left the underworld, didn't he leave with Beast God Altar's second priest, Shen Jizi? Yun Sheng couldn't help but be curious. She raised her head and looked over. At this time, He Linlin and Beast God Altar's group had already walked past. Yun Sheng passed through the crowd and could only see a few figures. However, just the sight of his back was enough to make Yun Sheng's breathing stop instantly. Night Fox. She stared blankly at the man who walked shoulder to shoulder with He Linlin. She definitely wasn't mistaken. That was Yi Baiming. Why did he become a member of Beast God Altar? Why did he walk together with He Linlin? There were thousands of questions in her heart. Yun Sheng had an impulse to immediately rush out of the crowd and stop Yi Baiming to question him. But her reason quickly won over her impulse. He Linlin walked shoulder to shoulder with Yi Baiming as she questioned Yi Baiming, what are you thinking? Do you really want to go against Black Qilin tribe and father? Yi Baiming did not say a word. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He turned around in the direction of the cemetery. On the street, there were many excited faces. He did not recognize any of them. He Linlin, there's no need for me to explain so much to you. I've never admitted that I'm a member of the Black Qilin tribe. Yi Baiming said no more. He Linlin wanted to say something, but the convoy had already arrived before the Qilin palace. Dugu Xiu and a group of elders had already received the news and were waiting before the Qilin palace. Dugu Xiu immediately saw Yi Baiming in the crowd. When he saw Yi Baiming, Dugu Xiu's expression changed. Why was he here? Furthermore, he had come to the Black Qilin tribe as a member of the Beast God Altar. Yi Baiming was the person that Dugu Xiu hated the most in his life. At the same time, he was also his greatest rival. Even in his dreams, Dugu Xiu wanted to have a showdown with him and personally take back everything that originally belonged to him. Almost at the same time, Dugu Xiu thought of a person. Yun Sheng. Yi Baiming had come. Did Yun Sheng know? If the two of them were to meet again. Dugu Xiu's hands were tightly clenched together. His heart was incomparably conflicted. Young patriarch, please avenge my daughter. Just as He Linlin and Dugu Xiu had their own thoughts, an elder standing behind Dugu Xiu took advantage of Dugu Xiu's absent-mindedness to rush in front of He Linlin. He was crying in pain. Elderly, what are you doing? He Linlin's expression was unhappy. She rolled her eyes at Dugu Xiu. The people from the Beast God Altar had just arrived and Elderly was crying in front of them. This was simply throwing away the face of the Black Qilin tribe. How did Dugu Xiu manage things? Young patriarch, Li Qin is dead. I only had one daughter. She died in the hands of that witch from the Celestial Fox tribe. Young patriarch, you must seek justice for me. Elder Li's tears and snot were all over his face. He believed that he was also an elder of the Black Qilin tribe. In Sky Harmony City, he could be said to be able to cause the entire city to tremble with a stomp of his feet. Who would have thought that this time, he would fail miserably? His daughter was killed by an unknown junior from the Celestial Fox tribe. Not only that, the vice-patriarch Dugu Xiu even threw his daughter's corpse into the wilderness. He didn't even have the chance to collect the corpse. What? Lost to the Celestial Fox tribe? Was it done by Hu Linglong? He Linlin's expression was extremely fascinating. In her eyes, she had never placed the weak Celestial Fox tribe in her eyes. In her opinion, the only person from the Celestial Fox tribe who could stand on the stage should be Hu Linglong. No, she lost to a lowly Celestial Fox called Yun Sheng. Elder Li's words were filled with hatred as he reported the name of the enemy who killed his daughter. Yun Sheng, when they heard this unfamiliar name, the bystanders felt that it was somewhat unfamiliar. When did a young expert called Yun Sheng appear on the continent? Shut up. We will discuss this matter at length. He Linlin, whose face was originally filled with hatred, turned pale when she heard those two words. Yun Sheng. It was actually Yun Sheng. This haunting name. She had almost forgotten that lowly Yun Sheng was the Celestial Fox. He Linlin didn't know if Yi Baiming had heard that name. So what if he had heard it? Yun Sheng, you actually dared to come to the Eight Desolates continent and even participate in the Eight Desolates tribe competition. Recalling the previous time when she competed with Yun Sheng, He Linlin still felt her teeth itching. However, a few years had passed. He Linlin firmly believed that if she were to meet Yunxing again, the other party would definitely not be her opponent. Priests, I am truly sorry for making a fool of myself. I have already ordered people to tidy up the Qilin Palace. For the next few days, please have a good rest in the Qilin Palace. I will personally arrange for the court competition. He Linlin forced a smile. After the people from the Beast God altar entered the Qilin Palace, He Linlin's expression changed. Duguxiu, what exactly is going on? Why is that lowly Yunsheng in the Celestial Fox tribe? You already knew about it, didn't you? You actually kept it from me? When she thought that Yunsheng was actually in her territory while she was kept in the dark, He Linlin was filled with hatred. That damned Duguxiu. He already knew that Yunsheng was in the Celestial Fox tribe. That was why he used his official position for personal gain and arranged for the people from the Celestial Fox tribe to stay in the Dugu residence. If it wasn't for Elder Li's tearful complaint today, she was afraid that she wouldn't know about it until the court competition. He Linlin, I should be the one asking you this. Why is Yi Baiming together with the people from the Beast God altar? Moreover, he is representing the Beast God altar in the competition. If Lord Father knew about this, I'm afraid. Duguxiu sneered. He Linlin also hesitated. If Lord Father knew that Yi Baiming had decided to betray the Black Qilin tribe and represent the Beast God altar in the competition, he would definitely use all methods to kill him. Duguxiu, I know that you have always seen Yi Baiming as a thorn in your side. However, don't even think about making a move at this time. Before the court competition, you are not allowed to make a move against him. I will also not make a move against that lowly Yunsheng. After weighing the pros and cons, He Linlin decided to make peace with Duguxiu for the time being. They would work together to prevent Yunsheng and Yi Baiming from meeting. Chapter 1347. The Ba Huang tribe competition was a competition held once every 10 years in the Ba Huang continent. On the surface, it looked like it was held by the various beast clans for their respective territories and the rankings of the upper, middle, and lower beast clans. However, in reality, it had a deeper meaning. As long as one was in the top 3 of the Ba Huang tribe competition, they would be seen as the future successor of the beast clan. Over the past 1,000 years, this rule had become an unchangeable rule. Even if they could not become the clan leader, the top 3 contestants would become elders in their clans. In their own beast clan, they would have prestige that was not inferior to the clan leader. He Linlin had also considered this point. All along, He Linlin had been brooding over the matter of her father bringing Duguxiu back to the Ba Huang continent and promoting him to the position of vice clan leader. However, her father's decision could not be swayed. However, He Linlin could not accept it no matter what. Duguxiu was the same as her, a contender for the position of clan leader. She would rather let Yi Baiming become the clan leader. However, it was a pity that Yi Baiming was born with a rebellious nature. Her father, He Yao, and Yi Baiming had already broken off their relationship. He Yao had even threatened that he would personally deal with Yi Baiming, this unfilial son. If Yi Baiming participated in the court competition and shocked everyone in the court competition, even if her father wanted to settle the score with Yi Baiming, he would have to give up on account of the Beast God altar and the other beast clans. Yi Baiming was now the last disciple of the Beast God altar's high priest. This identity actually had its benefits. He Linlin had already made her wishful thinking. If Yi Baiming was really in the top 3, she could use the opportunity of her marriage with Yi Baiming to bring the Black Qilin tribe and the Beast God altar one step closer. At that time, the Black Qilin tribe and the Beast God altar would undoubtedly dominate the entire Ba Huang continent. How could Duguxiu not know He Linlin's thoughts? However, Duguxiu's thoughts were similar to He Linlin's. Both of them viewed the core competition of the Ba Huang clan competition as extremely important. Alright, we'll agree on that then. However, this agreement will only last until the core competition. I won't let that kid off in the core competition. Dugu Xiu had already decided to fight to the death with Yi Baiming. The grudges between the two of them had been going on for so many years. It was time for them to come to an end. Humph, don't worry. In the core competition, I won't let that bitch surnamed Yun go. He Linlin's eyes were cold, and she left in a huff. Dugu Xiu took a few steps forward. A person walked out of the bushes in front of them. High Priestess. When Dugu Xiu and He Linlin were talking, they didn't notice that there was someone nearby. Deputy Patriarch, there's no need to be nervous. I heard everything you said just now. I'm not your enemy. Deputy Patriarch, I came to find you today because I want to cooperate with you. The High Priestess's face was covered by her robe, making it difficult for others to see her appearance clearly. Dugu Xiu paid attention to his surroundings. After confirming that the people around him were his people, he walked towards the High Priestess. In the Ba Huang continent, there were very few people who could make Dugu Xiu wary. Other than the patriarchs of the 8 major beast tribes, the High Priestess of the Beast God Altar was one of them. For some reason, when he approached the High Priestess of the Beast God Altar, he had the illusion that he was being seen through. This made the conceited Dugu Xiu feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the High Priestess had accepted Yi Baiming as her last disciple, and now she wanted to cooperate with him. Dugu Xiu didn't trust her at all, not to mention betraying the Black Qilin tribe and cooperating with her. High Priestess, I have no intention of cooperating with you. You should know that He Yao is my father. I won't betray him. Dugu Xiu decisively rejected the High Priestess. He didn't say anything else and prepared to leave the Qilin Palace. He had stayed in the Qilin Palace for long enough. When Yi Baiming arrived at the Sky Harmony City, Dugu Xiu became nervous. Deputy Patriarch, I can help you with something. Have you always wanted to know how to break the curse of the ancient Qilin? The High Priestess asked in a loud voice. Dugu Xiu originally planned to remain unmoved no matter what the High Priestess proposed. However, the words of the High Priestess caused Dugu Xiu to stop in his tracks. The curse of the ancient Qilin. Dugu Xiu's heart trembled heavily. What did you say? You know how to break the curse of the ancient Qilin. To Dugu Xiu, power and strength were the 2 goals he pursued in life. However, if there was anything that could be compared to these 2 things, it would be a woman. A woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him and laugh proudly in the boundless continent and 8 desolates continent. From Dugu Xiu's point of view, Yi Baiming wasn't the key to obstructing him and Yun Sheng. The ancient Qilin curse was the key. One of the reasons he followed He Yao back was because he wanted to find traces of the ancient Qilin tribe's ancient records. However, he couldn't find a way to break the curse even after searching through all the records. Even so, Dugu Xiu had already made up his mind. Even if he couldn't break the curse, he would still trap Yun Sheng by his side. Now that he had a way to break the curse, wouldn't it be even more satisfying? Impossible. Even the history books of the Black Qilin tribe have no records of this. You aren't even a member of the Black Qilin tribe. How would you know? Dugu Xiu still didn't believe it. Deputy Patriarch, as the High Priest of the Beast God Altar, I won't lie to you. In order to show my sincerity, I can tell you the way to break the curse. The High Priest walked forward and whispered in Dugu Xiu's ear. After hearing the High Priest's words, Dugu Xiu's face was filled with shock. Is this true? Deputy Patriarch, you can try to see if the way to break the curse is true or false. I've only told you this method. Even Yi Baiming doesn't know about it. After the High Priest finished speaking, he looked at Dugu Xiu meaningfully and left with a big smile. Dugu Xiu stood on the spot as the High Priest's words kept echoing in his mind. After a long time, Dugu Xiu suddenly turned around and left the Qilin Palace. In the Dugu mansion, Yun Sheng seemed to be a little absent-minded. These few days, in order to make it more convenient for the Chinese race competition, Bo temporarily moved in with Night Demon Queen and the others. Yunxing guarded the empty room alone and seemed especially lonely. Thinking of the situation on the street during the day, Yunxing couldn't help but sigh. Night Fox, what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly walk together with the people of the Beast God altar, and He Linlin? Thinking of He Linlin sticking to Yi Biming like a dog skin plaster, Yunxing felt uncomfortable. Damned Night Fox, he made her worried for several months. If I meet him, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. Yunxing thought angrily. Just as she extinguished the magic array and was about to go to sleep, a strange feeling suddenly came over her. Who is it? Yunxing was alerted and pulled out her magic scepter. Just as Yunxing was about to chant, a pair of hands came from behind and hugged her tightly. Ah Xia, who do you think is behind a night attack? Chapter 1348. After coming to the Eight Wastelands continent, Yunxing came into contact with some things that she had never come into contact with in the Boundless continent. The Power of Faith and the Statue of Faith were two of them. Yunxing could feel that the Eight Wastelands continent was different from the Boundless continent. It was very likely that some people from the divine world had already stepped into this place. These people might have left behind items from the divine world in different places in the Eight Wastelands continent. However, why would the Beast God altar also have a statue of faith? Could it be that the Beast God altar was colluding with the Beast King? However, when Yi Biming took out the statue, Yunxing realized that the statue that the high priest gave Yi Biming was not a statue of faith. This statue was very small. Using Shen Nong's eye to check, there was no conversion magic array inside. It looked like a very ordinary clay statue. If it was not a statue of faith, why would the high priest go through so much trouble to get Yi Biming to put it in the Qilan Holy Land? What kind of medicine was the high priest selling in his gourd? Then, does the high priest really know how to remove the ancient forbidden spell? If Yunxing and Yi Biming wanted to be together, they had to remove the forbidden spell. There's no need for him to lie to me. I'll get the answer after the Eight Wastelands clan competition ends. Yi Biming was not very sure about this. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Night Fox, if the ancient forbidden spell can't be removed, what should we do? Yunxing asked bitterly. She had actually thought of this question many times. Even her mother, Hu Jiusheng, and father, Yun Songhai, had asked Yunxing this question. Then let's die. It's still romantic to die under a peony. I'll die in your body. Yi Biming blew into Yunxing's ear flirtatiously. Yunxing was embarrassed and angry. She punched Yi Biming's shoulder heavily. The latter cried out, scaring Yunxing so much that her face turned pale. She leaned forward with a nervous expression. Assassin! Outside the room, there was a flurry of footsteps as a large number of guards ran into the courtyard. Yunxing gave Yi Biming a push. Let's go quickly. If we're discovered, we'll be in trouble. This was Du Guxiu's territory. If the two of them met, who knew what would happen? Yunxing did not know that Yi Biming had already met Du Guxiu. See you tomorrow. Yi Biming kissed the tip of Yunxing's nose lightly and then disappeared. This man came and went without a trace. Yunxing and Yi Biming had only met for a short time, but she realized that Yi Biming's appearance this time was a little different from before. This man's cultivation. Well, that guy's talent was very monstrous. Touching her slightly swollen lips, Yunxing's face was still a bit blushed. It seemed that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Yunxing's ears were burning. She covered her head with the quilt, but her mind was still in a mess. Inside the Dugu residence, the guards were constantly shuttling back and forth. When Yi Biming crossed the Dugu residence's wall and disappeared into the night, a black figure stood in the corner. The man's fingers were clenched into fists, and his knuckles turned white. His eyes were overcast, as if they were going to swallow everything in the next second. Yi Biming. Dugu Xiu had already guessed that with Yi Baiming's temper, after knowing that Yun Sheng was in the Dugu residence, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Only the heavens knew how much pain he had felt when he saw Yi Baiming leave through the window and Yun Sheng's blushing and intoxicated face. However, so what if they loved each other? To Yi Baiming, Yun Sheng was a piece of fat meat in his mouth. As long as he didn't know that secret, he wouldn't be able to touch Yun Sheng even if he died. When he thought of this, the high priest's words echoed in Dugu Xiu's ears. Deputy Patriarch, the Qilin ancient forbidden curse isn't incurable. The way to break it is very simple. The forbidden curse is only effective on the black Qilin and celestial fox couples who have intercourse for the first time. The high priest's words were very obscure, but Dugu Xiu understood. The ancient forbidden curse was only effective on the Qilin and celestial fox couples who had intercourse for the first time. This meant that as long as he hugged another celestial fox woman before he had Yun Sheng, the ancient forbidden curse wouldn't have any effect on him in the future. However, the celestial fox woman who had been possessed wasn't so lucky. Only death awaited her. Celestial fox woman. Dugu Xiu's gaze sharpened. His gaze landed on a certain part of the Dugu residence. Dugu Xiu walked towards the residence's garden. The Dugu residence's garden was very large. There were many pavilions and terraces inside. There was also a small gurgling river that went around several fake mountains. Dugu Xiu walked in front of one of the fake mountains. His hand touched a protruding rock. The rock retracted, and a door appeared on the fake mountain. Dugu Xiu walked in. There was actually a secret room inside the fake mountain. The room's furnishings were quite neat. There was a magic cage at the bottom of the room. Hu Linglong was locked in the magic cage. She had been imprisoned here ever since Dugu Xiu brought her back. Dugu Xiu, you lunatic. Let me go quickly. My father won't let you off. Hu Linglong had been locked up inside for almost half a month. Every day, Dugu Xiu would only order a blind and mute servant to deliver the least amount of water and food. As the daughter of the Celestial Fox tribe's deputy patriarch, when had Hu Linglong suffered like this? Your father. Even the Celestial Fox people's chief, Hu Qianqiu, is a coward, let alone your father. Do you think that the deputy patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe is more powerful than me? Dugu Xiu mocked. This woman had the same face as Yun Sheng. She couldn't even compare to a toe of Yun Sheng. Patriarch. The Bahuang clan competition has begun. Is my father here too? Hu Linglong's eyes lit up. However, she immediately thought that with her current identity, it was absolutely impossible for her to return to the Celestial Fox tribe. Yu Shang and the Great Witch Doctor were probably looking for her everywhere. Once she showed her face, only death would await her. In comparison, this magic cage was still safe. Is Green here as well? You promised me that as long as Lu came, you would let me seduce him. Hu Linglong's face was red. Dugu Xiu's purpose of keeping her was very simple. He wanted to use her to sow discord between the 9-1 tribe and the Celestial Fox tribe. He said that as long as she could seduce Lu, not only would he let her go, but he would also help her and Lu get married. Humph, do you think that with your little tricks, you can seduce the young patriarch of the 9-1 tribe? You and Yun Sheng can't be compared at all. Dugu Xiu did have such thoughts, but he had changed his mind. He thought of a way to better use Hu Linglong and get rid of the thorn in his side at the same time. Chapter 1349. What? You want me to seduce other men? Hu Linglong was so frightened that her face turned pale. She shook her head desperately. Although she was born in the Celestial Fox tribe and had indeed seduced many wild men with her young beauty, those were merely superficial skills. She had never had a relationship with a man. Dugu Xiu had promised to let her be with Green. Only then did she reluctantly agree to cooperate with his plan. However, he actually wanted her to sleep with someone like a shameless slut. Hu Linglong would definitely not agree to it. I only want green. I'm not interested in anyone else. Hu Linglong bit her lips. If I were to tell you that the person I want you to accompany is Yunqing's man, and that man's appearance, status, and strength are not inferior to Yunqing's, would you change your mind? Du Guxiu sneered. He had already seen through Hu Linglong. She said that she was infatuated with green, but to put it bluntly, she was only interested in green's identity and status. Hu Linglong's heart skipped a beat. Yunqing's man. Did she hear wrongly? Hu Linglong did have a good impression of green. However, it was just as Du Guxiu said. As long as it was a good-looking man with power, she would be happy to seduce him. It was just like when she first met Du Guxiu. She had also attempted to seduce him. However, Du Guxiu's cruelty and coldness made Hu Linglong timid. You don't have to lie to me. In this continent, other than you, and D Clan's Z, who else can compare to green? Hu Linglong's voice had already weakened. Her eyes were also flickering. This meant that she had already begun to waver. Du Guxiu and Z were not people that Hu Linglong could provoke. Therefore, Hu Linglong did not dare to have any thoughts. That person is the last disciple of Beast God Altar's High Priest. His name is Yi Baiming. He also has another identity. He is Yunqing's husband. The two of them got married in the Boundless Continent. However, due to certain reasons, they have yet to consummate their marriage. Think about it. If you can snatch Yunqing's man right in front of her, how would she react? Du Guxiu's words made Hu Linglong's heart itch even more. What a good Yunqing. It turned out that she was a married woman, but she still dared to seduce Green. However, if the other party was really the last disciple of the Beast God Altar's High Priest, his identity would be different. Especially when she thought about how she could hold on to Yunqing's man and show off in front of her, Hu Linglong wavered even more. But, I've never seen that man before. You said that I'm completely different from Yunqing. I'm afraid he won't fall for it. Hu Linglong already believed Du Guxiu's words. You don't need to worry about this. I naturally have a way to make you sleep with Yi Baiming. Tomorrow night, I will think of a way to get Yi Baiming to come over. Remember, don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I guarantee that you, your father and your family will all die miserably. After saying that, Du Guxiu turned around and left. Hu Linglong had a frightened expression on her face. Damned Du Guxiu. Wait until I really hook up with the last disciple of the High Priestess. Then, the first person I'll kill will be you. After a long while, she used her hand to rub her heaving chest and spat out these words. After leaving the rockery, a meaningful smile appeared on Du Guxiu's face. The instant he found out about the method to remove the ancient era's forbidden curse, he had thought of using Hu Linglong to remove the forbidden curse on his body. However, he immediately thought of an even better idea. That was to have Hu Linglong pretend to be Yunqing and deceive Yi Baiming. Du Guxiu remembered that Yunqing had once said that the man she wanted was someone who could only be with her for the rest of her life. Even now, Du Guxiu still believed that the reason why Yunqing did not choose him back then was because he was already married and had a child. However, if Yi Baiming also had a relationship with another woman, and that woman was Hu Linglong, whom Yunqing hated, then everything would be different. As the saying goes, love is love. The Yunqing that Du Guxiu knew was a person who made a clear distinction between love and hate. When the time came, he would bring Yunqing to catch Yi Baiming committing adultery with her own eyes. She would probably hate Yi Baiming to the core when she saw the two of them having an affair. Du Guxiu could also make use of Yi Baiming to verify whether the High Priest's method to remove the forbidden curse was really feasible. Celestial fox women were everywhere. He could just grab one of them. A mere Hu Linglong could sow discord between Yunqing and Yi Baiming. At the same time, she could also remove the ancient era's forbidden curse. This was a good idea that could kill two birds with one stone. When he thought of this, Xiu could not wait for tomorrow to come early. On the second day of the challenge, Yun Sheng, who was reunited with Yi Baiming, was in high spirits. She could not help but smile. This made Lu Yunchuang feel very strange. Yun Sheng, you seem to be in a particularly good mood today. Lu Yunchuang wondered. Humph, you only won 1 point. What's there to be proud of? Yu Shang watched from the side and sneered. It's better than someone who didn't get a single point. Yun Sheng glanced at Yu Shang. Yu Shang had indeed kept a low profile in this challenge. If it had been someone else, it might have been understandable. However, it was Yu Shang. Something was not right. After today, you'll know that I'll be the first person to enter the core competition. Yu Shang glanced at Yun Sheng contemptuously. That woman is so weird. She's been missing for the past few nights. She seems to be up to something. Lu Yunchuang was unlucky enough to be in the same room as Yu Shang. The two of them did not like each other to begin with. They only treated each other as heir out of respect for the tribe leader. However, Yu Shang had been out for the past few nights. Lu Yunchuang suspected that she was up to no good. Don't worry. The Bahuang tribe has many eyes and ears. No matter how capable Yu Shang is, she won't be able to pull any tricks. Yun Sheng and Lu Yunchuang walked into Celestial Fox's tent. At that moment, they both noticed that there was another tent near the Black Qilan tribe's tent near the arena. The tent was not there yesterday, but it had been hastily set up early this morning. I heard that the people from the Beast God altar came yesterday. The high priest of the Beast God altar brought his new last disciple to participate in the core competition. Hu Qianqiu had many eyes and ears. He already knew that the Beast God altar had come as well. That's troublesome. If the people from the Beast God altar are here, the difficulty of the core competition will increase again. The warriors of the Celestial Fox tribe complained. Beast God altar. Yu Shang was still unfamiliar with this name. In the era she lived in, the Beast God altar had not yet risen to prominence. The other beast tribes had also received the news and were now in heated discussion. At that moment, He Lin Lin and a few people from the Beast God altar walked over. Chapter 1350. As soon as the Beast God altar appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. This was especially true for the patriarchs of several major beast races. They were somewhat wary of the elusive high priest. The 9 Phoenix Patriarch, the D Clan Patriarch, and several other upper beast race patriarchs also came forward to greet him. Several thousand pairs of eyes immediately turned to look at the newcomer. It was rare to see someone from the Beast God altar. Moreover, young Patriarch He Lin Lin was personally receiving him. Xiu could only accompany him. Unfortunately, this famous high priest wore a black and gold robe that trailed the ground. It was impossible to see his face or silhouette under the robe. Behind him were 2 older elders. They appeared to be priests of the Beast God altar. Among them was Shinjizi, whom Yun Sheng recognized. Behind Shinjizi and the others were 2 men and a woman. These people should be the ones sent by the Beast God altar to participate in the core competition. The Beast God altar's status in the 8 Desolates continent was equal to the Black Qilan tribe of the upper beast races. Their elite disciples were comparable to the seed contestants of the upper beast races. Among the 2 men and 1 woman, with just a glance, everyone's attention was drawn to the man at the front. This was a man as handsome as a god. He was tall, had black eyes, black hair, and was dressed in simple black clothes. He was very low-key. But the more he was so, the more people couldn't tear their eyes away from him. With him as a contrast, no one noticed who else was following behind the high priest. There was a kind of person in this world who was destined to be extraordinary. Even if they didn't say a word, it was enough to steal everyone's breath away. He Lin Lin and Xiu were also dazzling like diamonds. But compared to this man, they were slightly inferior. It's him. In the Celestial Fox tribe's tent, Yi Shang couldn't help but stand up. She looked at Yi Baiming as if she was drunk. Her eyes were almost delirious. They were too similar. Those sculpted eyebrows, those sexy lips, and that attitude of not putting anyone or anything in his eyes. This man was too similar to the black Qilin Wang Yeshio. It's him. It must be him. When Yu Shang was resurrected, she felt Yi Xiu's aura reappear. She had always asked the great witch doctor to search for her in secret. Especially after they had arrived at Sky Harmony City, the great witch doctor had already started a thorough search in the Black Qilin tribal nation. However, there was no news of Yi Xiu. Unexpectedly, he wasn't in the Black Qilin tribal nation, but at the beast god altar. Yu Shang was certain that the man was Yi Xiu's reincarnation. Yu Shang felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. However, she tried her best to put on a nonchalant look on her face. That person is the last disciple of the high priest. From the looks of it, his strength seems to be very ordinary. A male lead warrior from the Celestial Fox tribe said with jealousy. Humph, you're just saying that grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Didn't you say earlier that the woman's strength was ordinary? In my opinion, that man is very strong. It seems that there will be competition for the top 3 this year. Several female warriors of the Celestial Fox tribe said with admiration. The woman that the Celestial Fox warriors were talking about was Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng had been ostracized for a long time. This situation had changed slightly in recent days after she defeated her opponents again and again and displayed extraordinary strength. However, the Celestial Fox warriors still couldn't help but envy her. After the female warriors said this, the tribal leader, Hu Qianxiu, finally snapped out of his daze. When they said this, Hu Qianxiu suddenly remembered that this so-called last disciple of the high priest was indeed very similar to a certain person. That's right, this man gave off a very similar feeling to Yun Sheng. Both of them did not reveal their talents. Hu Qianxiu glanced suspiciously at Yun Sheng beside him. While everyone was fervently discussing the arrival of the beast god altar, Yun Sheng and Lu Yunxuang were discussing today's competition. Lu Yunxuang had not even fought a single match, so her points were a little awkward. She had to think of a way to break through the situation of 0 points as soon as possible. In terms of appearance, Yun Sheng and that man were both dazzlingly handsome and beautiful. However, there were no fluctuations of magic power or fighting aura on either of them. Moreover, the first impression that these two people gave off was that they were like dusty pearls. Hu Qianxiu's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly realized that Yun Sheng could very well be the turning point for the rise of the Celestial Fox tribe. Hu Qianxiu hesitated, considering whether to ask Yun Sheng if she knew the last disciple of the high priest. Unexpectedly, before Hu Qianxiu could ask, Yi Baiming had already looked over. Separated by the arena and the tents of the other beast tribes, his gaze was so focused that it was eye-catching. He Lin Lin, Duga Xiu, and even Green Leaf in the 9 tribe's tent noticed Yi Baiming's gaze. It was the kind of gaze that only a man would have for the woman he loved. Yi Baiming's gaze was too direct and too passionate. Even the icy Lu Yunxuang noticed it. Yun Sheng, that person seems to be looking at you. Lu Yunxuang glanced at Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng looked embarrassed and cursed in her heart. That damned Yi Baiming. Didn't she say long ago that they should not acknowledge each other in public? However, if Yun Sheng did not respond, that guy might continue to stare and turn into a wife-gazing rock. Left with no choice, Yun Sheng could only raise her head and roll her eyes at Yi Baiming. There was a hint of shyness in that gaze. She looked exactly like a little woman in love. The corners of Yi Baiming's lips curled up when he saw Yun Sheng's expression, revealing a devilish smile. Yi Baiming's smile immediately shattered the hearts of the young girls and women on the ground, including Yu Shang and He Lin Lin. Duga Xiu and Green also noticed Yun Sheng's shy and somewhat resentful expression. In the eyes of outsiders, these two people actually dared to openly flirt with each other in a large-scale competition like the Bahwang tribe competition. Green's expression tensed up. He looked at Yun Sheng and then at Z. He also recognized Yi Baiming. It was that man. He had met the man on the boundless continent. Why would he appear here, and as a member of the beast god altar? Green's gaze suddenly turned sharp. In his eyes, a terrifying storm was brewing. Z of the D tribe watched from the side and frowned. Green and Z had been good friends since they were young. He knew his good friend the best. Green had never been moved by a woman. Yun Sheng could be considered his first love. But this woman was actually involved with another man. He had never liked the women of the Celestial Fox tribe. He thought that the women of the Celestial Fox tribe were too enchanting. He had thought that Yun Sheng would be better. Who knew that she was no different from the other women of the Celestial Fox tribe? Purple looked at Yun Sheng with dissatisfaction. He turned sideways and whispered a few words to a warrior of the D clan beside him. The warrior listened and nodded. Chapter 1351. Yu Shang also saw the interaction between the two. Her heart throbbed with pain, as if it had been stabbed by a blunt object. Yi Xiu. Even though you've died once, you still like that bitch Hu Yen. Hu Yen died a long time ago. This woman merely resembled Hu Yen a little. In this life, I'll definitely make you pay attention to me. Yu Shang retracted her gaze and silently swore in her heart. Ahem, Baiming, the match is about to begin. Let's go into the tents first. The high priest coughed a few times, his gaze sweeping over the Celestial Fox tribe's tents. When he saw Yun Sheng, a trace of hatred flashed past under his robes. The second day of the match was delayed for a moment due to the arrival of the beast god altar's people, but it quickly returned to normal. As soon as Duga Xiu announced the start of the match, Yu Shang flew up and was the first to enter the arena. I am Yu Shang of the Celestial Fox people, Yu Shang said, her beautiful eyes looking at Yi Baiming with infatuation. Her gaze was very explicit. When Yu Shang saw Yi Baiming, she was stunned and certain that he was the reincarnation of Yi Xiu. In her previous life, she had been infatuated with Yi Xiu, but because of Hu Yen, she had fallen in love with him. Back then, Yi Xiu had fallen in love with Hu Yen during a match between two Bakra Orcs powerhouses. The two had become friends through a fight and developed feelings for each other. This had always been a thorn in Yu Shang's heart. She had also seen Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng flirting with each other, and her heart was filled with jealousy. She was the first to enter the arena in order to attract Yi Baiming's attention. Hadn't Yun Sheng won a match? She also wanted to win a match, and win more beautifully than Yun Sheng. She wanted to prove to everyone that she, Yu Shang, was the best of the Celestial Fox tribe. Who's that woman? He Linlin was already in a bad mood. Yun Sheng was already enough of a headache, and now Yu Shang had come. The women of the Celestial Fox tribe were really troublesome. She is from the Celestial Fox tribe. This woman is not simple. I heard that she is a seven-tailed celestial fox. She is one of the dark horses of the Celestial Fox tribe this year. The guard beside He Linlin bowed and said. Yi Baiming was completely unmoved by Yu Shang's gaze. Except for Yun Sheng, other women were just creatures with two eyes, a mouth, and a nose in his eyes. Miss Yu Shang, who is your opponent? Dugu Xiu asked. My opponent is him. Yu Shang pointed at a male Beeman warrior from the Beeman clan. But then, she raised her finger and pointed at a female warrior of the Green Hell Wolves. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to humiliate us by challenging two people at once? The female warrior of the Green Hell Wolves and the male warrior of the Beeman clan were both furious. A weak celestial fox actually wanted to fight two people at once. This was clearly a humiliation. What? Is there a rule in the Bahwang tribe that forbids me from challenging two people at once? Yu Shang raised her head arrogantly. There isn't such a rule. If the two of you are willing to accept the challenge, there is nothing wrong with it. However, if you win, you will get 2 points. If you lose, the Green Hell Wolves and the Beeman clan will only get half a point. I'm afraid this is unfair, Duguxiu said matter-of-factly. If Yu Shang was the first to do this, the competition would be messed up if other people followed her example and fought 2 people at once. What's so difficult about that? If I win, I will get 2 points. If I lose, even if I lose 2 matches, the 2 of them will still get 1 point each. Yu Shang's arrogance infuriated clan leader Li Pa of the Beeman clan and clan leader Qin Yan of the Green Hell Wolves. Hu Qianxiu, the Celestial Fox tribe is getting more and more arrogant, they said angrily, venting their anger at Hu Qianxiu. On Hu Qianxiu's refined old face, there was a troubled look. First, it was Yun Sheng. Now, it was Yu Shang. None of them put him, the clan leader, in their eyes. None of them had told him what they were doing before. What is that woman Yu Shang trying to do now? Lu Yunxuang also had a strange expression. She just wants to be in the limelight. Let her be. Let's see her trump card, Yun Xing smiled. Yu Shang was acting like this. Otherwise, Yu Shang, who had been unknown all this time, would have made her feel that something was wrong. 2 against 1, and they would get 1 point. Such a good thing was happening at the Bahuang tribe competition. Anyone who did not agree would be a fool. The male Beemang and the Green Hell Wolf girl also rushed into the arena impatiently. Celestial Fox, you asked for it. The male Beemang roared like a tiger, and the Green Hell Wolf girl quickly transformed as well. Her limbs turned into strong wolf claws, and they pounced on Yu Shang together. A strange smile appeared on Yu Shang's face. She made a strange gesture with her hands. From Yun Xing's point of view, it looked like she was pulling strings. Suddenly, the male Beemang in the arena changed direction. Instead of attacking Yu Shang, he turned around and attacked the Green Hell Wolf girl again. The Green Hell Wolf girl also turned around abruptly, and the 2 of them began to fight each other in the arena. What's going on? Clan leader Li Pa and clan leader Qin Yan were shocked. The Beeman clan was extremely strong, and the Green Hell Wolf clan was good at attacking. The 2 warriors launched round after round of frenzied attacks at each other as if they had gone mad. Yu Shang, on the other hand, remained standing in the same spot. Her hands kept moving as if she was playing a zither. The problem lay with her hands. Yun Sheng's eyes narrowed, and her gaze fell on Yu Shang's hands. Her pupils gradually turned golden, and the situation in the arena changed as well. Threads thinner than hair suddenly appeared in the arena where there were only 3 people. The threads were pink, and each of them was dozens of meters long. There were so many of them that it looked like countless spiders were spitting silk. The threads grew from Yu Shang's fingers. The threads penetrated the bodies of the male Beeman clan warrior and the Green Hell Wolf girl, binding their hands and feet. It was these threads that allowed Yu Shang to effortlessly control the male and female warriors in the arena. However, the threads couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were like infrared rays that Yun Sheng saw in modern times. Only people like Yun Sheng, who had special Shenong eyes, could sense them. Yun Sheng guessed that the pink thread was a special thread that Yu Shang had condensed with her own magic power. The Celestial Fox inheritance must be the other Celestial Fox inheritance pillar that Yu Shang had obtained in the ancient seal after she lost to Yun Sheng in the Celestial Fox inheritance pillar. Yun Sheng's guess wasn't wrong. Yu Shang's technique was called puppet manipulation. It was the Seven-Tails inheritance that Yu Shang had obtained in the ancient seal. Chapter 1352. Puppeteering was something Yu Shang had learned after forcefully breaking through after devouring someone else's heart. This inheritance was even more domineering than the corpse puppet technique. Yu Shang had seen Yun Sheng use the golden puppet eyes to make a name for herself in the arena. She'd originally planned not to use the seven-tailed inheritance in the challenger competition. She would only use it in the core competition. However, Yi Baiming's sudden appearance had caused Yu Shang to lose her composure. She'd decided to use the seven-tailed inheritance early in order to attract Yi Baiming's attention. Indeed, Yu Shang's move had attracted a lot of attention. Yi Baiming's eyes narrowed as he stared at the Behemoth and Blue Abyss Wolf Clan's warriors fighting in a frenzy. Although he didn't have Yunsheng's golden puppet eyes that could see through everything, Yi Baiming's magic perception was even stronger than Yunsheng's. He could sense a large amount of magic fluctuations gathering in the arena. The magic fluctuations were in the form of strands, and they originated from the woman named Yushan. This woman wasn't simple. Yi Baiming thought to himself. He had to be careful of this woman in the core competition. Patriarch Li Pa and Patriarch Qing Yan's faces were as red as pig's liver. They also felt that something was wrong in the arena, but they also knew that Yu Shang wasn't using any sorcery. Almost at the same time, the Blue Abyss Wolf Clan's claws pierced through the male behemoth's heart. The male behemoth warrior's hands tore the Blue Abyss Wolf Clan's body in half. Both sides suffered heavy injuries. The two fell to the ground at the same time, no longer breathing. Blood splattered all over the ground, but Yu Shang smiled as if she hadn't seen anything. She brushed the hair in front of her forehead. It seems that I've won. What a venomous woman. At this moment, the audience only had one sentence in their hearts. There had been plenty of thrilling moments in the previous matches, but this was the first time that Yu Shang had killed two people in a one-on-two fight without a single drop of blood. Celestial Fox People, Yu Shang. 2 points. Dugu Xiu glanced at Yu Shang and ordered the two corpses to be dragged away. Only a long trail of blood was left on the ground. Yu Shang walked back to the Celestial Fox tribe's tent. The Celestial Fox warriors looked at her with fear. Yu Shang, your move just now was the Heavenly Fox inheritance. With this move, it's only a matter of time before you advance to the next round. Hu Qianqiu smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. Although Yunsheng and Yu Shang were both disobedient troublemakers, there was no need to doubt their strength. Yu Shang will definitely not disappoint clan heads' expectations. I plan to advance my cultivation by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Although Yu Shang's puppet controlling technique was extremely powerful, it also had a drawback. It required Yu Shang to use all of her mana. Every time she used it, her mana would be depleted. Puppet Puppeteer was a classic one-off inheritance that could only be used once. Seeing that Yunsheng and Yu Shang had each won a match, the Celestial Fox warriors were eager to give it a try. In the next few matches on the second day, a few more Celestial Fox warriors went up, including Lu Yunshuang. But aside from her, all of them were defeated. As dusk approached, the second-to-last match of the second day's competition was underway. A warrior from the 9-1 tribe knocked a warrior from the D clan off the stage. Warrior Yun Jia of the 9-1 tribe wins 1 point. Dugu Xiu had just finished his announcement when someone from the D clan stepped forward. The D clan warrior walked into the arena unhurriedly. He had a pair of clear eyes and a slender figure. His clothes were different from the usual beastkin warriors. There was no trace of hostility. He had short hair and looked like a monk. He's an ascetic warrior called Heart Meditation. Heart Meditation cultivates a special mental cultivation method of the D clan. They travel all over the continent all year round. This kind of warrior has astonishing willpower. Furthermore, they are very proficient in a special kind of attack called Dharma Soul Attack. Hu Qianqiu also had some insight as he explained to the few Sky Fox warriors under him. This was the first time most of the Celestial Fox people's warriors had heard of Dharmic Soul Attack. Dharmic Soul Attack, as the name implied, was not a contest of magic or battle skills. It was an attack of the Dharmic soul. Dharmic souls were crucial to a sorcerer. Warriors on the continent did not have Dharmic souls, but they had souls similar to Dharmic souls. Once their dermic souls were attacked, they would either die or become mentally disabled. Therefore, after learning of this D-clan warrior's uniqueness, the other major beastkin tribes, including the warriors from the Black Qilin and the Nine Luan tribe, showed signs of avoidance. Everyone knew that if anyone was named by the D-clan warrior, it would not bode well for them. Heart Meditation's cold eyes swept around the ring. Every time his eyes swept across, those who were stared at by him could not help but shiver. Suddenly, Heart Meditation put his palms together and made a saluting gesture. He said in the direction of the Celestial Fox's tent. "I want to challenge Yun Sheng of the Celestial Fox tribe." When Heart Meditation's voice fell, a group of people's hearts were put down. Fortunately, he did not choose them. However, it was strange to say that the D clan was famous for being arrogant among the three major beastkin tribes. In these 2 days, the opponents their warriors challenged were from the other two major beastkin tribes. How could Heart Meditation, whose strength was not bad, challenge the Celestial Fox tribe, the weakest of the lower beastkin tribes? Purple, did you instruct him? Why? You clearly know. Green questioned Violet. Heart Meditation was Purple's direct subordinate. He only took orders from Purple. He would not challenge Yun Sheng for no reason. He must have been instructed by Purple. Green, I'm doing this for your own good. That woman is not suitable for you. Purple sighed. He and Green had known each other for many years, but they had never quarreled. But this time, when he ordered Heart Meditation to challenge Yun Sheng, he already knew that Green would be angry. It would be best if Yun Sheng is fine. But if something happens to her, I will not let it go. Green's emerald eyes were filled with a bloody light. Violet's heart trembled. She never thought that Green would disregard their many years of brotherhood for a mere woman. Purple could not help but feel a little disappointed. Green, I know you will blame me. I have asked Heart Meditation to hold back. If that woman becomes mentally retarded, perhaps you can stay with her forever. Yun Sheng had already entered the ring. She also bowed to Heart Meditation. Young lady, please be careful. Heart Meditation did not mean to offend you, but the master's order cannot be disobeyed. Looking at Yun Sheng's beautiful face, Heart Meditation thought to himself. Femme fatale. Unfortunately, today he had to play the role of a ruthless executioner. Chapter 1353. What a pity. I thought I could have a match with her. Looks like I won't have the chance. He Linlin smiled when she saw that Xian Chan had found Yun Sheng. She thought that this woman would at least be able to enter the core competition. But now, it seemed like she wouldn't even be able to pass the challenge competition. If she turned into a retard, she wouldn't be able to compete. Intentionally or unintentionally, she glanced at Yi Baiming. She saw that Yi Baiming's expression was calm and did not reveal any anxiety. Could it be that Yi Baiming wasn't worried about Yun Sheng? But the opponent was Xian Chan of the D clan. Even He Linlin would have to put in some effort to deal with her. He Linlin couldn't help but be confused. She looked at Duguxiu. Duguxiu looked nervous. What would he do if Xian Chan tried to kill him? Speaking of which, if that woman turns into a retard, the vice clan leader should be very happy. He Linlin's words made Duguxiu's heart skip a beat. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. That's right. If Yun Sheng really became a little fool, perhaps she would accept him. Duguxiu's heart was in a dilemma. Baiming, who do you think will win this match? The high priest asked casually. She won't lose. Yi Baiming only said one sentence. He didn't elaborate. Was that, she, her or him? Yun Sheng and Xian Chan stood on the arena. The sun was already setting. The golden light shone on them, making them look like they were plated with a layer of gold. Neither of them made a move. Time passed slowly. They still didn't move. The spectators in the square were even a little impatient. What's going on? Are they going to compete or not? They only know how to stare at each other. If this continues, the sky will turn dark. Suddenly, a strange force attacked him. This Xian-chan really wanted to put her to death. Yunxing snorted. She closed her eyes, and a halo-like moonlight turned into a crescent moon slash, launching a round of attacks towards Yunxing's Dharma soul. So this is a magic soul attack. So Xian-chan is also a light magician. When Yunxing saw Xian-chan's attack clearly, she calmly urged the magic soul in her body. Xian-chan's Dharma soul attack had always been very effective. Even the seniors who had been famous for a long time in the Eight Desolates continent would find it difficult to take on 5 of his Dharma soul attacks. Previously, during the battle between Yunxing and Li Liqing, Xian-chan had observed that Yunxing could use 2 types of magic attacks at the same time. One of them was dark magic, and the other was earth magic. Yunxing of the Celestial Fox tribe should be a magus of both earth and darkness. Everyone knew that light magic was the most destructive to dark magic. The attack launched by a light magic soul against a dark magic soul was also the most fatal. He originally thought that Yunxing would be defeated very quickly. However, when he launched 2 magic soul attacks, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response. His opponent was still standing there like a mountain rock. At this moment, the corner of Xian-chan's mouth twitched, as if he had felt something unbelievable. Xian-chan's short hair was already drenched in sweat. He widened his eyes in horror. What did he see? A patch of black, that was the dark magic soul. Then it was yellow, that was the earth magic soul. However, right after that, there was a green wind magic soul, a red fire magic soul, and a blue water magic soul. 5 elemental magic souls. This woman from the Celestial Fox tribe was actually a 5 elemental magic soul magician. No wonder she did not panic when facing his challenge. No wonder she was as steady as a mountain when she knew that he was good at magic soul attacks. 5 elemental magic souls. With such a powerful magic soul, normal light magic soul attacks were completely useless. Forget it. He could only admit defeat in this competition. Just as Xian-chan was about to withdraw his light magic soul attack, he suddenly felt something. A ray of light, like the ray of sunlight that jumped out of the horizon before dawn, completely stunned Xian-chan's light magic soul. In front of Yunxing's magic soul, besides feeling the 5 elemental magic souls, he also felt the fluctuation of a light magic soul that made his heart palpitate. That light magic soul was much weaker than the other 5 elemental magic souls. However, its vitality was unusually strong. It became stronger bit by bit. When facing the attack of Xian-chan's light magic soul, it was like the earth that had been dry for a long time. It used all its strength to devour the power of Xian-chan's light magic soul. Such a violent devouring method made Xian-chan nervous. He felt that the power of his light magic soul was like entering a bottomless black hole. Once he attacked, it disappeared without a trace. However, Yunxing's light magic soul became dissatisfied very quickly. It seemed to feel that devouring the power of those magic souls was far from enough. It was like a greedy Pishio that took the initiative to attack and devoured Xian-chan's light magic soul in an instant. Exclamation point. Yunxing suddenly opened her eyes. Exclamation point. Yi Baiming was equally shocked. What was going on? Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment for a moment. Devoured? Ordinary people could not see the competition between magic souls. However, Yunxing's magic soul originated from Yi Baiming. The power of their magic souls could be said to be of the same origin. Hence, Yi Baiming was so confident that Yunxing could deal with Xian-chan easily. In the worst-case scenario, the two of them could fight to a draw. However, what happened just now? Xian Chan's light magic soul was devoured by Yun Sheng's magic soul. To be exact, Xian Chan's light magic soul was devoured by the light magic soul that Ji Rumo left behind in Yun Sheng's magic soul. So fierce. Yi Baiming did not like Ji Rumo at all. However, he had to admit that Ji Rumo was indeed the continent's #1 genius light magician. Even the light magic soul that he left behind was domineering. When Yun Sheng opened her eyes, Xian Chan was like a crumbling city wall. He looked up and fell straight down the arena. Boom, there was the sound of a human body falling to the ground. Shock, only utter shock. This competition was also bloodless. Yun Sheng and Xian Chan did not make a move. However, Xian Chan suddenly fell to the ground. Purple's heart skipped a beat. He flew over and was already in front of the arena. He looked at Xian Chan again. His face was as white as a sheet. His pair of bright eyes had become dull and lifeless. His eyeballs were like a dead fish, unable to move. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, as if he was an idiot. Was he stupid? Purple's arm trembled slightly. What did you do to Xian Chan? Xian Chan was Purple's right-hand man. He was very likely to become an elder of the D clan in the future. However, he had become a fool. An eye for an eye. Master Xian Chan's magic soul attack is not bad. It's a pity that he met me. Yun Sheng said and jumped down the arena. Chapter 1354. The second day of the challenge competition came to an end after Yun Sheng won. Easily, Yun Sheng won another point. Although, until the moment of victory, Yun Sheng still did not understand how she won. Who would have thought that the light spiritual soul, which usually looked gentle and weak to the point of being negligible, would make such a magnificent counterattack at such a critical moment? A person who only had a light Dharma soul actually wanted to devour a genius magician who had a 6-elemental Dharma soul. That Xian Chan deserved to die for no reason. Xian Chan, you lost because you should not have been too blindly confident. You also did not know that there was always someone better than you. Yun Sheng secretly sighed in her heart. She secretly looked at her Dharma soul and discovered that after devouring Xian Chan's light Dharma soul, her light Dharma soul had happily swelled by a large circle. After Xian Chan became stupid, the people who were the angriest were the people from the D clan. Z also hated Yun Sheng, but he provoked her first and ended up in such a state. It could only be said that Z brought disgrace upon himself. Lu's expression also changed unpredictably. He originally blamed Z for making the decision, but Yun Sheng's unexpected victory made Lu not know how to face Z, his good brother. Lu, where did you meet Yun Sheng? I know you are not willing to say, but you have to say. You also know that you will eventually meet in the core competition. On the way back, the 9 Phoenix Old Clan leader could not help but ask. Indeed, the 9 Phoenix Old Clan leader had always been very satisfied with Yun Sheng. The reason was also because he loved her. Lu liked Yun Sheng, and as a grandfather, the 9 Phoenix Old Clan leader would naturally unconditionally protect that little girl. But ever since coming to the Ba Huang clan competition, the old clan leader could not help but have some doubts about Yun Sheng's background. That girl was too mysterious. Every time she won, it made people completely unable to make sense of it. From the looks of it, Hu Qianqiu might not be able to control that little girl. The 9 Phoenix Old Clan leader could not help but envy Hu Qianqiu in his heart. Say, Hu Qianqiu that brat, he doesn't have any backbone, and he doesn't have much strength either. How did he end up with such good seedlings? Due to the rise of the beast god altar, the celestial fox tribe, and that mysterious Chinese clan, this Bahuang clan competition was going to change drastically. Without any doubt, the 9 Phoenix clan leader was certain that Yun Sheng and Yu Shang, who had easily killed 2 warriors earlier, would definitely be able to enter the core competition. What the Nine Phoenix clan leader had to consider now was how to deal with the two little girls of the Heavenly Fox tribe if they ran into them in the court competition. Needless to say, this silly boy of his would definitely yield to Yunsheng, but wouldn't the other warriors of the 9-1 tribe become cannon fodder? Grandpa, I know what I'm doing. Don't force me. Lu's heart was also in a mess. The longer he knew Yunsheng, the more he felt that he did not understand her at all. Sigh, forget it. It's all up to you. The new generation excels the old. Our group is already old. The 9 Phoenix old patriarch sighed. That night, He Lin hosted a banquet to entertain the patriarchs of the upper beast clans. Including the high priest, the people of the beast god altar were also invited. Yi Baiming did not have much interest in this kind of occasion. He rejected the banquet and returned to his residence in the Qilin Palace. He wondered if the little wild cat had any changes after devouring Xian Chan's light soul. As Yi Baiming was thinking, his door was lightly knocked a few times. Lord Yi, this letter was given to you by a girl called Yunsheng. A Qilin Palace guard respectfully handed over a letter. He opened the letter and saw the words written on his heart, Baiming, come to the Dugu residence for a gathering tonight. It was signed by Yunsheng. The little wild cat asked him out. Yi Baiming frowned as he looked at the two words. This letter was fake. After reading this letter, Yi Baiming did not have the slightest doubt. He was certain that this was a fake letter written by someone pretending to be Yunsheng. Although the handwriting on the letter was somewhat similar to Yunsheng's, his little wild cat always called him Night Fox every time they met. When had she seriously called him Baiming? Others would not notice this detail. Only Yunsheng and Yi Baiming would know. In the Qilin Palace, who would use Yunsheng's handwriting? Dugu Xiu. The corner of Yi Baiming's lips curled up. A name was filtered out by him without any surprise. It seemed that he had barged into Dugu Xiu's residence last night and that Brat had already sensed it. However, it was no wonder. In any case, Dugu Xiu was once the Iron Blood Crown Prince of the later Qin. How could he not have the slightest bit of vigilance? After seeing through Dugu Xiu's scam, Yi Baiming decided that he would personally make a trip to the Dugu residence to see what medicine Dugu Xiu was selling in his gourd. Following the route last night, Yi Baiming smoothly found Yunsheng's room. Inside the room, the illumination magic array emitted a soft light. Under the lush moonlight, when Yi Baiming followed the letter's instructions and walked into the room, he saw Yunsheng. That Yunsheng, needless to say, was a fake by Hu Linglong. Hu Linglong had promised Dugu Xiu to frame Yi Baiming together. She had never seen Yi Baiming before and it was also her first time having relations with a man. She could not help but feel a bit nervous. She also had some doubts in her heart. If Dugu Xiu was lying to her and Yunsheng's man was incomparably ugly, then what should she do? Just as Hu Linglong's thoughts were running wild, a man jumped in through the window. Hu Linglong was startled and afraid. She used the light to clearly see the man in front of her. What a handsome man! He was dressed in black, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His temperament was as cold as the melting water of a snowy mountain. Just a glance at him could make one's heart flutter. Even Hu Linglong, who had seen handsome men like Lu and Zi, couldn't help but feel dazzled at this moment. Her eyes revealed a touch of amazement. Yunsheng actually married such a handsome man? How could that woman be so lucky? She wasn't satisfied with having such a man and even seduced Lu. Such a man, even if he wasn't the last disciple of the High Priestess, was enough to make countless women unswervingly devoted to him. Thinking of this, Hu Linglong went crazy with jealousy. Yi Baiming was also shocked when he saw Yunsheng in the room. However, he quickly realized that this woman only resembled Yunsheng in appearance. She was wearing a red chiffon dress, without even a bra inside. With the help of the light from the magic array, he could see her ample bosom and the shadow under her abdomen. What a shameless woman! She actually dared to use Yun Sheng's face to seduce others. There was also a table of food and wine in the room. After seeing this, Yi Baiming suddenly came to a realization. He sneered in his heart. At this moment, Dugu Xiu should be waiting to watch a good show. Since that was the case, he would beat Dugu Xiu at his own game and go along with Dugu Xiu's intentions. Sheng, why are you looking for me? Yi Baiming said calmly with a doting expression. Chapter 1355. This woman, Hu Linglong, was truly crafty and full of tricks. However, evil deeds were doomed to destruction. It was no wonder that Yi Baiming would bring her here to eavesdrop. From what Dugu Xiu and Hu Linglong said after they were done, it was clear that Hu Linglong and Dugu Xiu were conspiring to use her face to frame Yi Baiming. Luckily, Night Fox was cautious enough and sinister enough to turn the tables on Dugu Xiu once. These two people were truly not good people. Yun Sheng thought hatefully. She walked in front of Hu Linglong, casually picked up a piece of clothing, and threw it on her. But right at that moment, Yun Sheng suddenly discovered that Hu Linglong, whose head had been smashed by Dugu Xiu's palm, was slowly stopping bleeding. Her wounds were also rapidly changing. It was as if something was causing Hu Linglong's body to change. Her soft skin turned green, and her hair turned gray. It looked similar to the rotting corpses that Yun Sheng had seen earlier. Yun Sheng, there's something on her left hand. Yi Baiming soon discovered the abnormality. A white light appeared on Hu Linglong's hand. Wherever the white light went, it was attempting to heal Hu Linglong's wounds. However, the white light's radiance was already very dim. It only healed a portion of the wounds, and did not revive Hu Linglong. It seemed that because there was not enough power, it was unable to continue healing Hu Linglong's wounds. Yun Sheng naturally did not know that including this time, Hu Linglong had already died twice. She had already exhausted a large amount of shaman power. The source of the white light was Hu Linglong's left wrist. At that moment, Hu Linglong's hand suddenly moved. Her body also started swaying, as if she was about to stand up. Corpse transformation. Yi Baiming did not hesitate as his gaze focused on Hu Linglong's left wrist. With a chi sound, Yi Baiming dug out something from Hu Linglong's left hand. It was a very small white wizard amulet. If one were to look at it with their naked eyes, they would not be able to see it clearly. As soon as the amulet left Hu Linglong's hand, it whizzed towards Yun Sheng, who was the closest to Hu Linglong. How could Yun Sheng allow it to get close? She quickly used the heavenly thorn cage to trap the white talisman. After losing the shaman amulet, Hu Linglong's corpse could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Without the effect of the shaman amulet, her corpse quickly turned into a dried corpse. Let's get out of here quickly. Yun Sheng felt that they shouldn't stay here any longer. Yi Baiming picked up Hu Linglong's corpse and left the Dugu residence with Yun Sheng. Together, the two of them found Popo and the others who were staying in the inn. Yi Baiming showed the dried corpse to Popo. Is this a wizard corpse? But this kind of thing has been extinct for many years. Where did you get this shaman corpse? Bobo was stunned when she found out that this shaman corpse was Hu Linglong. Popo, do you know this thing? I'm afraid that Hu Linglong became like this because of this thing. As Yun Sheng spoke, she activated the heavenly thorn cage. The white talisman was like a headless fly, bumping around everywhere. She then told Popo and the others the ins and outs of what had happened tonight. I'm dying of laughter. That red-haired pervert has been defeated this time. But Master, I'm afraid this is the divine-level light wizard tool that you were looking for earlier. Hearing that Yi Baiming had made a fool of Dugu Xiu, Popo laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Popo didn't know what the divine-level light wizard tool in the hands of the Great Witch Doctor and the others were. This kind of light wizard tool is also called the life and death talisman. It must be worshipped with fresh human flesh and blood. As long as this kind of light wizard tool is left in the body, regardless of human or magical beast, it will have a terrifying healing power. Not only that, it can also use the power of this light wizard tool to heal. I'm afraid that Hu Linglong's miraculous medical skills were made use of this life and death talisman. When Popo was in the divine realm, she had heard some famous alchemists talk about this kind of talisman, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. In that case, this kind of light wizard tool can be called a divine-level light wizard tool. Yunxing couldn't help but wonder. Master, of course not. The word light wizard is not a good word. The divine realm doesn't allow this kind of life and death talisman, because it will gradually consume the person's blood, magical power, and battle chi. When the life and death talisman absorbs all of them, the host will be unable to support it, causing the life and death talisman to break out of the body and become a wizard corpse. Popo looked at Hu Linglong's appearance and felt a chill. Although she hated Hu Linglong, she didn't expect that this woman would end up being raped to death and become a wizard corpse. Regarding the life and death talisman, there was also a story. Popo recalled the situation of the life and death talisman and told Yunsheng and the others. The life and death talisman was originally an item of the divine realm. Popo remembered that her mother god, for cardinal divinity, had once mentioned it. She said that the life and death talisman was refined by a female master god of the divine realm so that she could be together with her lover in the mortal realm forever. That female master god was also infatuated. After she met a man in the mortal realm by chance, she made a private vow with him. But her lover was a human, and humans would be born, grow old, get sick, and die. That female master god used the forbidden witchcraft refining technique of the divine realm to refine the life and death talisman that could make people immortal. She refined the life and death talisman and implanted it into her lover's body. From then on, the two of them lived a happy life in the mortal realm. But about 100 years later, the matter of the life and death talisman was unfortunately known by the female master god's sworn enemy. That jealous master god reported this matter to the god emperor of the divine realm. If a person in the mortal realm wanted to become a god, he had to go through thousands of difficulties and dangers. He had to walk the path of the gods before he could become a god. This female master god's practice violated the rules of the divine realm. After the god emperor learned of this matter, the female master god and her lover were captured and brought back to the divine realm. Then what happened? Yunxing didn't expect that there was such a story behind this bloody life and death talisman. That master god was removed from the divine realm and sent to the mortal realm. Her lover was imprisoned in the divine realm. The master god also turned the life and death talisman into a witchcraft life and death talisman. Every day and night, it lived by devouring flesh and blood. The two of them couldn't be together for eternity. Later, the whereabouts of the life and death talisman was unknown. Popo had an impression of this story because she was moved by the female master god's infatuation. Hearing this story, everyone fell silent. Yunxing's heart was also very melancholy. Her experience with Yi Baiming was a little similar to that pitiful god's love. Chapter 1356. They were clearly in love, yet they couldn't be together. She originally thought that the god realm was a carefree place, but she didn't know that the god emperor was heartless and would do such a cold-blooded thing. As Yunsheng was thinking, her hand suddenly felt warm. Yi Baiming's hand had quietly grabbed hers. The man's large hand hugged her tightly. He looked at Yunsheng with a determined gaze. Seeing Yi Baiming's focused gaze, Yunsheng's heart moved. No, she and Night Fox were much better than that pair of lovers. At least she and Yi Baiming could still see each other. They weren't separated by so many gods' rules and commandments. No wonder the great witch doctor was willing to let Hu Linglong use such a god-tier shaman tool. I'm afraid she already knew about the dangers of the life and death talisman. Yunsheng looked at Hu Linglong, who had already turned into a dried corpse, and couldn't help but sigh. Yunsheng, Could it be that the reason the ancient forbidden curse delayed its activation was because of the life and death talisman? Yi Baiming suddenly asked after listening for a while. Yi Baiming had already suspected that the reason the ancient forbidden curse didn't activate was not a coincidence, but because Hu Linglong just happened to have the life and death talisman on her. That's possible. The life and death talisman's effect is very strange. It actually carries a portion of the light attribute. It might be able to suppress a portion of the effects of the ancient forbidden curse. However, that's only a portion. You saw it too. Du Guxiu turned into a ruthless black Qilin in the end and killed Hu Linglong. Bobo stuck out her tongue. She didn't expect so many things to happen when she wasn't by her master's side. But fortunately, the Qilin boy is back. With him around, he can better protect her master. Du Guxiu can go to hell. Bobo, if you implant the life and death talisman into my body, wouldn't you be deliberately alleviating a portion of the ancient forbidden curse's power? Yi Baiming pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked. No, Night Fox, that's too dangerous. Yun Sheng was also frightened by Yi Baiming's bold idea. He clearly knew how powerful the life and death talisman was, yet he still chose to use it. It should have a certain effect, but Qilin boy, have you thought it through? This is still quite dangerous. Popo's face was full of worry. My strength is much stronger than Hu Linglong's, and I'm also a man. I believe I can suppress it for a long time. Also, even if there is danger, I can dig it out when the time comes, Yi Baiming said very calmly. Before finding the ancient forbidden curse, he was willing to try any method that could alleviate the effects of the ancient forbidden curse. Under Yi Baiming's insistence, Yun Sheng had no choice but to agree and temporarily implant the life and death talisman into his body. Implanting the life and death talisman was not an easy task. The Master Magus Doctor of the Celestial Fox clan had only learned how to implant the life and death talisman skillfully after years of changing patience. If it were other Master Magus Doctors, if they were not careful in implanting the life and death talisman, it was very likely that they would die. Fortunately, Yun Sheng was good at all kinds of surgeries. She took out a scalpel, and after sifting through it, she decided to implant the life and death talisman into Yi Baiming's arm. When the sharp scalpel cut Yi Baiming's skin, dark red blood flowed out. Yun Sheng could not help but tremble slightly. Yi Baiming, however, had a smile on his face and did not feel the slightest bit of pain. As soon as Yun Sheng removed the heavenly thorn cage, the life and death talisman was like a cat that smelled blood. It drilled into Yi Baiming's arm. As soon as the life and death talisman drilled into his arm, it quickly disappeared. The wound on Yi Baiming's arm also healed at an astonishing speed. In just the blink of an eye, his skin had recovered to its original state. It did not look like there was any wound at all. Seeing that Yi Baiming did not seem to have any abnormalities, Yun Sheng could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Everything was silent. Somewhere in Sky Harmony City, a black shadow was curled up on the ground. It was a black-colored demonic beast. At this moment, its eyes were blood-red, and it did not know where to go. This demonic beast was none other than Du Guxiu, who had also been poisoned by Yi Baiming. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. After leaving the Duga residence, he had been reduced to this state. Vice Patriarch, you don't look very good now. A ghostly figure appeared beside the demonic beast. The high priest of the beast god altar took out a bottle of holy water and gave it to Du Guxiu, who had transformed into a demonic beast, to drink. After a while, the baleful aura on Du Guxiu's body gradually dissipated, and he once again transformed back into his human form. His red hair scattered in a sorry state. Du Guxiu's mood could no longer be described as gloomy. He had actually been schemed against by Yi Baiming. He could imagine that at this moment, Yi Baiming must be extremely pleased with himself because of this matter. High Priest, you and Yi Baiming worked together to frame me. Du Guxiu was infuriated. He punched the wall beside him, and the 2-meter-tall wall shattered with a loud bang, collapsing to the ground. That's not it. Vice Patriarch, please don't misunderstand. I only found out about the matter regarding the X drug after the fact. The high priest awkwardly coughed a few times. He also did not expect that Yi Baiming, who usually looked cold and aloof, was actually someone who liked to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. However, those who harmed others would eventually harm themselves. If Du Guxiu had not harbored evil intentions, Yi Baiming would not have had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu both possessed extraordinary talent. However, in terms of strategy, Yi Baiming was still slightly better. What's more, Deputy Patriarch, this time, you have profited from a disaster. At the very least, the ancient forbidden curse on your body has been removed. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. After saying that, the high priest stepped aside. Behind him, there was a carriage. Du Guxiu was a little confused. Although he had done that thing with Hu Linglong, he did not feel the effects of the ancient forbidden curse on his body. He walked in front of the carriage and lifted the curtain. Lifting the curtain, a beautiful young woman was lying on the carriage. The woman was not old, at most 28 years old. She was completely naked. Although she was not as beautiful as Yunsheng, her skin was as white as goat's milk. Her figure was slim, and her private parts were clearly visible. This woman is also a woman from the Celestial Fox tribe, the high priest said from the side. Looking at the woman in the carriage, the remnants of the X-drug's effects seemed to be acting up again. Du Guxiu did not say a word and got into the carriage. Hour later, he got out of the carriage. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate with me? Du Guxiu tidied his clothes and transformed back into the cold deputy patriarch of the Qilin tribe. It's very simple. I know that you have always been dissatisfied with He Yao and his daughter. You have ascended to the position of Black Qilin tribe's patriarch. I can help you fulfill your wish, and my reward is the Qilin king's relic. The high priest's words made Du Guxiu frown. Although Du Guxiu was the deputy patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe, he had always coveted the position of patriarch. Not only the position of patriarch, but his ambition was even greater. He wanted to control the 2 continents, 8 desolates and Wuji. Chapter 1357. Du Guxiu had never mentioned the matter of conquering the continent to anyone. But the man in front of him, whose appearance he couldn't see clearly, the beast god Altar's high priest, whom he had only met once or twice, actually saw through him. Just who was he? Subconsciously, Du Guxiu wasn't willing to cooperate with the high priest. Even without you, I can still rely on my own strength to become the Black Qilin tribe's patriarch. Although the high priest's conditions were very tempting, Du Guxiu didn't agree rashly. Originally, you could. But now that Yi Baiming has appeared, that might not be the case. Not only the Black Qilin tribe's patriarch, but also the person in your heart, Yi Baiming, is your strongest competitor. The high priest's words were like a sharp knife that sliced through Du Guxiu's heart until it was dripping with blood. Du Guxiu clenched his fists. Although he didn't want to admit it, the high priest was right. Since you was born, why would Liang be born? If Yi Baiming was not around, Yunsheng and the hegemony of the continent would be within reach. But Yi Baiming was obstructing him. Tonight's matter was the best proof. Not only that, I can also help you abolish the Black Qilin tribe's rules and let you marry Yunsheng. These are all things you want. The high priest's words were like a poisonous snake that possessed inconceivable enticement. But you also know that the Qilin king's relic is in He Linlin's hands. Besides, other than the people of the Black Qilin tribe, no one else is able to absorb the Qilin king's relic's energy. Du Guxiu had heard that even He Linlin was unable to absorb the Qilin king's relic's energy. Vice Patriarch, you don't need to worry about this. It's almost dawn. The 3rd day of the arena competition is about to begin. We'll meet again at the core competition. You still have a few days to consider. The high priest smiled and mysteriously disappeared under the light of the sun. Dugu Xiu stood in place for a moment. Then, he suddenly turned around. A bloody smell filled the air and the carriage was covered in blood. After Yunxing helped Yi Baiming implant the life and death talisman in his body, she left the inn. It was already early in the morning. She returned to the Dugu residence alone. When he reached the gate of the mansion, he met Dugu Xiu, who was emitting a cold aura. Seeing that Dugu Xiu had already transformed into a human, Yunxing suppressed the astonishment on her face. When Dugu Xiu saw Yunxing, his expression kept changing. Something seemed to be brewing in his eagle eyes. What he didn't know was that Yunxing had seen everything he had done last night. Seeing Yunxing, Dugu Xiu couldn't help but recall the embarrassing incident from last night. But that was good too. The ancient forbidden curse on his body had been removed. One day, he would ruthlessly press down on this torturous little vixen in front of him and torture her. He didn't say a word. He snorted coldly and left without paying attention to Yunxing. Dugu Xiu seemed to be different from before. Yunxing pondered as she walked towards her courtyard. Yunxing, thank the heavens you're still here. We thought you'd been abducted too. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, she saw Lu Yunchuang and the others, as well as Yu Shang, Hu Qianqiu, and a group of Celestial Fox tribe warriors. They were all standing in the courtyard. What happened? Yunxing had gone out last night. Things had happened so suddenly that she didn't have time to tell Lu Yunchuang. Looking at the dark circles under her eyes and the weariness on her face, it was obvious that she hadn't slept well last night. The others looked about the same. Song Shui is missing. Song Shui was one of the female warriors participating in the Celestial Fox tribe's competition this time. Last night, she had not returned after going to the toilet. When the female Celestial Fox warrior who lived with her realized that something was wrong, she immediately reported it to Hu Qianqiu. Everyone searched for the whole night but found nothing. The disappearance of the female Celestial Fox warrior was quickly reported, and Dugu Xiu immediately ordered people to search the city. However, there were still no clues until the day before the competition. With one less person, the Celestial Fox tribe had automatically forfeited a spot in the competition. Yunxing vaguely felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. The competition on the third day was held as usual. After that day, no one challenged Yunxing. Yunxing randomly picked a warrior from the Green Nether Wolf tribe and kicked him out of the arena with a few moves. On the other side, the Chinese Bobo's tribe had also begun to show their prowess. The disguised Bobo, Boss Pengyu, and Queen Night Charm were like the Iron Triangle in the arena. On the third day, each of them fought 3 rounds in a row and won all 3 rounds. Yu Shang and Lu Yunchuang also won a round each. In addition, Rita, Silver Rock, Green Fang, and a few other young leaders of the Bakra Orcs also went up and won 3 points each. When the third day of the competition ended, it became the day with the highest number of matches and the highest number of participants in a single day. There were already more than 12 contestants who had obtained more than 2 points. These 12 people were the most likely contestants to enter the core competition. On the 4th day, everything went smoothly. In the last 2 days, Yunxing and Yu Shang both won 3 points each. With a total of 6 points, they directly advanced to the core competition. In the Chinese tribe, the Iron Triangle also won 2 points. Lu Yunchuang also advanced to the core competition with a total of 5 points. On the 5th day, Rita led 2 of her tribesmen, Silver Rock and 1 of her tribesmen, Green Fang and 1 of her tribesmen, 2 9 Phoenixes, 2 Black Chilants, and 2 D clan members. In addition to the 3 women from the Celestial Fox tribe, there were 3 Chinese. In total, 19 people advanced to the core competition. In addition to the 9 upper-ranking orcs who were seeded contestants and 3 from the Beast God Altar, there were a total of 31 contestants who advanced to the core competition. In terms of numbers, the three upper-ranking orcs had the highest number of contestants. Each of them had 5 contestants, followed by Celestial Fox, Behemoth, and the Chinese tribe. On the other hand, the 2 middle-ranking orcs, Peng Yu and Green Hell Wolf, only had 2 contestants. This result had greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The 5-day competition has come to an end. In 3 days, the core competition will be held. The core competition will be. Du Guxiu announced the results of the competition. Just as he was about to announce the schedule of the core competition, a black whirlwind gushed up from the ground. The entire arena was razed to the ground in an instant. A man as majestic as a mountain appeared. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and his aura was like that of a sovereign. It was as if nothing in front of him mattered to him. Hey Yao! A few of the desolate clan leaders looked at the destroyed stage. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, tribe leader. Hey Lin Lin, Du Guxiu, and the Qilin tribe elders all knelt down. He Yao's threatening eyes first landed on the high priest of the beast god altar, then on Yi Baiming, then on He Lin Lin and Du Guxiu. Finally, his gaze swept across all the Bakra orcs present. When he saw Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng, a muffled snort came from the tip of his nose. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chapter 1358. He Lin Lin and Du Guxiu's hearts skipped a beat. Both of them began to worry about Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng. Yi Baiming was He Yao's son, but he did not listen to He Yao's orders and had made him his enemy several times. As for Yun Sheng, she had fought with He Yao twice and had even injured him. They thought that He Yao would only come out of seclusion after the core competition, but they never expected him to come out today. He Yao had been in seclusion for several years. Yi Baiming secretly observed He Yao and realized that the aura around him was like the vast sky. It was impossible to see the bottom of it. Could it be that He Yao's strength had improved? For him to successfully come out of seclusion this time, it meant that his divine power had improved and he had broken through to the martial god realm. Above the martial god realm was the demigod realm. That meant that He Yao's current strength was second to none in the Ba Huang continent. The moment He Yao appeared, the other desolate tribe patriarchs' auras were automatically suppressed. The entire place fell silent. No one knew why He Yao had come out of seclusion early this time. Good, very good. I never expected that so many talents would appear in this Ba Huang tribe competition. Although He Yao was furious, he was still a tribe patriarch and he was the host of the Ba Huang tribe competition. Naturally, he could not openly kill someone in front of everyone. Patriarch He Yao, you came at the right time. I originally wanted to discuss something with all the tribe patriarchs. This matter is related to the core competition of the Ba Huang tribe competition. Among all the beast tribe patriarchs present, only the high priest was not afraid of He Yao's power. He casually walked up to He Yao and stood shoulder to shoulder with He Yao. Oh, the high priest is a rare guest. Since you have come to my black Qilin tribal nation, I will naturally respect the high priest's wishes. Although He Yao was arrogant, he was still polite to the high priest. The core competition of the Ba Huang tribe competition has been held many times. The format is similar every time, so this time, I would like to make a bold suggestion. Why don't we change it this time? The high priest said. Every year, the Ba Huang clan competition was held according to the rules of the elimination round. In the end, the top 3 would be decided and the high-ranking beasts would be determined. Then, the order of the middle-ranking and low-ranking beasts would be determined according to their respective results. This rule had not been shaken for thousands of years. This was the first time the beast god altar was participating in the Ba Huang clan competition, and they proposed to change the rules of the competition. This point was very surprising. However, most of the beasts agreed with the high priest's suggestion. After all, the elimination round was held by drawing lots. The beast race, which had the most people entering the core competition, had a certain advantage, and vice versa. The high priest's suggestion is not bad. I also feel that it is too boring to keep using elimination rounds. Peng Wanli from the Feather Peng clan and Qin Yan from the Blue Hell Wolf clan, who had the least number of participants in the core competition, quickly agreed. What a joke, they only had 2 participants in the core competition. With the fewest people, the chances of being eliminated were higher. The Celestial Fox tribe and the Chinese tribe, who were originally low-ranking beasts, were aggressive. If they were unlucky, they would be eliminated directly. In the end, the middle-ranking beasts would become low-ranking beasts. At that time, not only would they lose face, they would also have to give up their respective territories. This would not be worth the loss. As for Hu Qianqiu, Li Pa clan leader, and the other 2 high-ranking beasts, they did not directly express their opinions. Whether it was the elimination round or any other format, He Yao had full confidence in winning against the Black Qilin tribe. Since that's the case, then may I ask the High Priest, what new format should be used for the core competition of the Ba Huang clan competition this time? He Yao asked. The High Priest did not answer directly. He only took out something. That thing was quietly placed in his palm. It was a tower-sized thing. It looked like a stone sculpture model. It was not big and was completely bronze. One look and one could tell that it was old. Ba Huang Tower. When they saw this thing, other than Peng Yu, the other clan leaders were shocked. Even He Yao's expression changed. Ba Huang Tower was not something that everyone on the continent knew about. Only the clan leaders of the major beasts knew about it. Even He Linlin and the others had not seen Ba Huang Tower before. The biggest reason why the beast god altar could be on equal footing with the high-ranking beasts and even the Black Qilin tribe for so many years was because of this Ba Huang Tower. Back then, the Bakra orcs were severely injured by the 8 powerhouses of the Boundless World and had to escape from the Boundless World. This matter had been a disgrace in the hearts of the Bakra orcs for so many years. The ancestors of the 8 Wastelands Beast clan had always wanted to cleanse this humiliation with blood. Based on their memories, as well as the memories of the Beast clan elders who had experienced that great battle, they had created a set of 8 Wastelands Dark Divine artifacts. However, the evil aura of these Ba Huang Dark Divine weapons was too strong. In order to suppress the evil aura of these Ba Huang Dark Divine weapons, the ancestors sealed these Ba Huang Dark Divine weapons in the Ba Huang Tower. There were a total of 8 floors in the Ba Huang Tower. Each floor contained an Ba Huang Dark Divine weapon. However, after the Ba Huang Tower was built, the people who had participated in the construction of this tower had died one after another. The Ba Huang Tower was taken away by the Beast God Altar. It had not been seen in the world for thousands of years. They did not expect the High Priest to take out the Ba Huang Tower for this Ba Huang clan competition. Everyone, may I know if the Ba Huang Tower is qualified to be used as part of the core competition of the Ba Huang clan competition? The High Priest asked. High Priest, this is a serious matter. Why don't we discuss it first? He Yao said in a deep voice when he saw the hesitation on the faces of the clan leaders. He Yao did not include Peng Yu, the clan leader of the Chinese tribe. In his opinion, the Chinese tribe was just a bunch of motley crew. They were not qualified to be compared to the Bakra orcs. He Yao immediately decided to hold an impromptu meeting with the High Priest and the other clan leaders. The contestants who had entered the core competition temporarily stayed where they were, taking a short break and waiting for the final decision. After everyone was seated, He Yao said directly. Clan leaders, what do you think about the Ba Huang Tower? Although He Yao was the strongest among the Bakra orcs, he was the youngest in terms of experience. He wanted to ask for the opinions of the other clan leaders. I think this matter is a little risky. The clan leader of the Jiuwan clan spoke first. The clan leader of the Jiuwan clan did not have a good impression of the Beast God Altar. He always felt that the high priest was a little eccentric. I think so too. It's too risky to let these children enter. The clan leader of the D clan agreed. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just a trial. The remaining contestants are the elites of the various clans, but they are still young. If they have the chance to try the power of the Ba Huang divine artifact, it will be beneficial for them. The clan leader of the Lipa clan was as resolute as ever. If it were not for her inconvenient identity, she would have tried the power of the Ba Huang divine artifact. After all the clan leaders present were born and raised in the Ba Huang continent. They had not seen the true power of the Ba Huang divine artifact. High Priest, everyone here is the leader of the various beast clans. If you have any intention, you can say it directly. He Yao asked the High Priest directly. Clan leader He Yao, you are indeed sharp. The High Priest smiled. Actually, my purpose this time is not only to enter the core competition. My real intention is to unlock the seal of the Ba Huang divine artifact. The High Priest's words stunned the other clan leaders. They hadn't expected the High Priest's true intentions to be like this. High Priest, what is your intention to unlock the Ba Huang divine artifact? The clan leaders were still a little hesitant. To be honest, I only recently learned that the seal of the Dutian blood realm can be broken by using the Ba Huang divine artifact. The High Priest said. Hearing the High Priest's words, the expressions of the patriarchs changed. Chapter 1359. After a quarter of an hour, the clan leaders and the High Priest walked out after a discussion. Just as the High Priest said, the Ba Huang clan competition's core competition will be held in the Ba Huang Tower. He Yao announced the results of the clan leaders' discussion. Yun Sheng and the others did not know what the clan leaders were talking about. However, it was rare for the clan leaders to reach an agreement. The High Priest seemed to have expected this result. Since the clan leaders have already decided, that's great. 3 days later, I will bring the 8 Wastelands Tower to the plaza. At that time, I will announce the specific challenge mode. After the High Priest finished speaking, he put away the 8 Wastelands Tower in his hand. The various beasts also dispersed one by one. The contestants who had advanced to the next round were all overjoyed, while the ones who had been eliminated were all dejected. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the core competition that would be held in 3 days. As soon as he returned to the Duga mansion, Hu Qianqiu put away the smile on his face and gathered Yunsheng, Lu Yunshuang, and Yushang. Listen up, the 3 of you. I know there's been animosity between the 3 of you, especially between Yunsheng and Yushang. Both of you remember that the interests of the Celestial Fox tribe are the most important. If any of you dare to cause trouble, I will not let you off easily. Hu Qianqiu attached great importance to the Ba Huang Tower challenge this time. He was a genuine villain. In front of He Yao, he was like an obedient grandson, but in front of Yun Sheng and the others, he had a different face. He looked like a high and mighty clan leader, and people could not help but want to despise him. Fortunately, the 3 women were used to it and could not be bothered to argue with him. Clan leader, what is that Ba Huang dark divine weapon? Are they very powerful? Lu Yunshuang asked. In short, they are very powerful. After entering the Ba Huang Tower, the 3 of you must take care of each other. Hu Qianqiu coughed awkwardly. Yun Sheng only found it funny. Hu Qianqiu had never seen an Ba Huang divine weapon, let alone a Ba Huang dark divine weapon. Among everyone, only Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, Dugu Xiu, and Bobo had seen a real Ba Huang divine weapon. The warriors in the Ba Huang continent had only heard of the Ba Huang divine weapon, but had never really fought it. Yun Sheng had many Ba Huang divine weapons on her, and Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu each had a part of the halberd of the divine battle god. Even so, Yun Sheng was not too confident about this trip to the Ba Huang Tower. Although she had the demon's summoning hand, the immortal holy grail, the nether ghost key, the magical bracelet, the heart sorrow lantern, and the heavenly fate mirror, the 6-8 Desolation Divine artifacts in her possession were not as powerful as the 8 Desolation Divine artifacts in the era of the 8 Desolation experts. Especially the Heavenly Fate Mirror, which was already damaged. The Bahuang Dark Divine weapon in the Bahuang Tower was made by the ancestors of the Bakra orcs by imitating the first-generation Bahuang Divine weapon. Its power should be on par with the first-generation Bahuang Divine weapon. Yunxing felt that the Grand Priest's goal was not so simple. However, this was only Yunxing's personal guess. As for the specifics, she would only know after she entered the 8 Wastelands Tower. In the remaining 3 days, Yunxing did not go out again. She used these 3 days to comprehend the Master of the 8 Tails inheritance. Du Guxiu was also nowhere to be seen. It seemed that after He Yao came out, Du Guxiu became busy. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Yunxing opened her eyes. I still failed. In her eyes, there was some frustration. These few days, she worked hard day and night, thinking that she could have a breakthrough. But for some reason, every time she reached the final stage of comprehending the Bahuang inheritance, there seemed to be something blocking her, preventing her from breaking through. Fine, let's finish the Bahuang Tower's mission first. Yunxing walked out of the room. Hu Qianqiu and the others were already waiting outside. Yunshuang, when we enter the Bahuang Tower later, try to go with me. Yunxing had long regarded Lu Yunshuang as one of her own. The dangers in the Bahuang Tower were unknown. If Lu Yunshuang went with her, they could take care of each other. The 4 of them arrived at the square. The Winged Rock tribe and the Green Nether Wolf tribe of the 8 major beast tribes had already arrived. When Silver Rock saw Yunxing, his eyes blazed with hatred. Humph, what kind of luck did you have to make it all the way to the core competition? But your luck has come to an end. You're dead meat in the Bahuang Tower, Silver Rock said viciously. Young clan leader, if you really have the ability, why didn't you challenge me directly during the challenge competition? Or are you saying that you don't dare to make a move and plan to join forces with your scoundrel friends after entering the Bahuang Tower? Yunxing glanced at Silver Rock. Silver Rock was exposed by Yunxing. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not help but blush. Silver Rock had originally planned to challenge Yunxing directly during the challenge competition. He did not expect Yunxing to kill Li Liqing of the Black Qilin tribe as soon as she entered the arena. For a moment, Silver Rock did not dare to make a move. He secretly thought that he was no match for him alone. However, his good friend Qinya had entered the core competition with him. This time, the assessment was held in the Bahuang Tower. When the time came, he and Qinya would work together. After all, a total of 4 people from the Winged Rock tribe and the Green Nether Wolf tribe had entered the Bahuang Tower. Yunxing and the others only had 3 people. Moreover, there was Yushang, who did not get along with Yunxing. 4 against 2. He did not believe that he would not be able to kill Yunxing. Silver Rock, why are you wasting your breath on this woman? I remember now. You are that bastard from the Dutian blood realm. A bastard from the Boundless Continent actually managed to sneak into the Bahuang clan competition of the highest standards in the Bahuang continent. I really don't know what the Celestial Fox tribe is doing, Qinya of the Green Nether Wolf tribe said from the side. They boasted that they were the elites of the younger generation in the Bahuang continent. They were all very proud. Who knew that they could not even be compared to a mixed-blood bastard? They could not help but feel jealous. Who are you calling a bastard? Qinya had just finished speaking when a chill came from behind him. There was a cold voice behind his ear. In the next moment, young Patriarch Qinya's feet left the ground. What are you doing? Silver Rock was shocked, but he did not dare to go forward. Qinya's face was pale. Qinya, who was no less than 1.9 meters tall, was lifted up by Yi Baiming like a little chick by the neck. It turned out that Qinya's insults to Yunxing had been overheard by Yi Baiming, who had just walked in. He was still dressed in black today. When he walked, the golden patterns on his sleeves flowed like flowing light. His black hair was casually tied up with a black hair band. A few strands of hair fell to the side of his face. He had an indescribable sense of indolence and elegance. However, Yi Baiming's black eyes were dense and filled with murderous intent. His index finger and thumb pinched Qinya's throat. He only needed to exert a little force to crush Qinya to death. Anyone who insulted Yun Sheng would be killed. Put him down, High Priest. Don't you care about your disciple? Patriarch Qin Yen wanted to go forward, but he realized that as a martial god, he could not get close to Yi Baiming. There seemed to be an invisible wall of fighting energy around him that prevented people from getting close to him. Qin Yen had only encountered such a situation with He Yao. However, the young man in front of him was much younger than He Yao. Could it be that his strength was similar to He Yao's? Chapter 1360. Thinking that Yi Baiming's strength might be similar to He Yao's, Qin Yen dared not act rashly. He could only look to the high priest for help. Qin Yen, master brought you in. Cultivation depends on the individual. This is a private matter between them. As elders, it's better for us not to interfere, the high priest replied indifferently. He knew that Yi Baiming always had a sense of propriety. Qin Yen was so angry that his face turned pale. He could only glare anxiously at him. You can kill me if you can. Qinya's face had turned purple from anger. I don't need to be capable to kill you. Yi Baiming snorted. To him, killing Qinya was as easy as crushing an ant. I'm cursing that woman. What does that have to do with you? Qinya's eyes were about to roll back. He didn't understand. He was cursing that bastard of the celestial fox people. What did it have to do with this malefic? She's my woman. What do you think? Yi Baiming didn't even frown. He swung his hand and flung Qinya away as if he was throwing trash. Qinya did not have the strength to retaliate. When he flung out his hand, he felt that a few of the bones in his chest had been shattered. His woman? These words were spoken in a domineering manner. The people of the celestial fox people, as well as the people of the three superior beast clans and the behemoth tribe who had just arrived, all heard it clearly. Green and Duguxiu's expressions darkened. He Linlin and Yushang's eyes were filled with jealousy. Yunxing suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. So she had this kind of relationship with the high priest's last disciple. As for Boss Ping Feather and the rest, they looked at Yunxing with ambiguous faces. Yunxing blushed red, not knowing what to do with her hands and feet. That damned Yi Baiming. She told him to keep a low profile, but he ignored her completely. However, the words his woman seemed to be quite pleasant to hear. Yunxing felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Good job, Qilin boy. Bobo secretly gave Yi Baiming a thumbs up. Yin Peng and Qinya were so angry that they nearly vomited blood. Yin Peng helped the battered and exhausted Qinya up, and the two of them secretly exchanged glances. With Yi Baiming around, they couldn't do anything to Yunxing. However, they didn't believe that after entering the Ba Huang Tower, that brat would still be able to follow behind his woman. Remember, those who insult Yunxing will only die. Yi Baiming walked behind the high priestess without blushing. Patriarch He Yao, this man publicly insulted. Patriarch Qin Yen wanted to complain when he saw his son being humiliated, but He Yao gave him a cold stare. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He Linlin watched from the side and sneered. What a blind man. He didn't even ask about the relationship between Yi Baiming and He Yao. Although He Yao didn't like Yi Baiming, blood was thicker than water. He Yao was the most protective. In his opinion, he could deal with Yi Baiming, but other beasts shouldn't even think about it. When He Yao saw that scene just now, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He Yao's attitude towards Yi Baiming had always been subtle. He was very angry. Yi Baiming was his flesh and blood, but he didn't listen to him and disrespected his elders time and time again. However, He Yao liked this son very much at the same time. He didn't lose out to He Lin Lin, who had always been by his side. That was because Yi Baiming's mother, Li Qingqing, was the only woman He Yao had truly loved in his life. Back then, He Yao had also treated Li Qingqing with sincerity. Yi Baiming's personality and talent were the most similar to He Yao's. In terms of feelings, he was the same as He Yao. He was very clear about love and hate. His protection of Yun Sheng reminded He Yao of himself and Li Qingqing back then. Back then, if he had been a little more persistent and brought Li Qingqing away from the boundless continent, or if he had let go of everything in the Eight Desolates continent and lived in seclusion with Li Qingqing, perhaps everything would have been different. Yi Baiming probably wouldn't have hated his father so much. Unfortunately, she had already left. No matter how many possibilities there were, it was futile. As for Hu Qianqiu, he had mixed feelings. He looked at Yun Sheng, then at Yi Baiming, then at the 9 Luan tribe's young master Lu. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that there was something wrong with the three of them. This was troublesome. So, Yun Sheng and the high priest's last disciple had that kind of relationship. That damned Yun Sheng, why didn't she say it earlier? He had to think carefully about whether he should curry favor with the 9 Luan tribe or switch to the beast god altar. However, Hu Qianqiu immediately understood. After the 8 Desolates Tower, he would curry favor with whoever was stronger. Everyone, since everyone is here, the last round of the 8 Desolates tribe competition, the 8 Desolates Tower, should begin. Seeing that everyone was ready, the high priest took out the 8 Desolates Tower. The 8 Desolates Tower was small and exquisite in the high priest's hands. Just as everyone was curious about how to enter this plaything, the high priest waved his hand. The 8 Desolates Tower flew into the air and spun. A burst of light overflowed and the 8 Desolates Tower was bathed in a gentle moonlight. The Ba Huang Tower continued to transform, gradually growing bigger and bigger. It fell from the sky to the ground, and with a boom, the earth shook. On the plaza, 100-meter-tall pagoda with auspicious light appeared. But strangely, the 8 Desolates Tower didn't have any doors or windows. The entire tower looked like it was made of molten iron. After the 8 Desolates Tower appeared, the high priest drew a magic array. Let me remind everyone that the 8 Desolates divine tool is hidden in the 8 Desolates Tower. Your mission is to find the 8 Desolates dark divine tool and break the seal. According to the time you leave the tower, the final winner will be determined. The high priest announced the situation of the 8 Desolates Tower. As for the structure of the 8 Desolates Tower, where the 8 Desolates dark divine tool was hidden, and what the seal was like, even the high priest didn't know. After all, after the 8 Desolates Tower was built, other than the ancient 8 Desolates tribe's ancestors, no one else knew the structure of the 8 Desolates Tower. At the same time, he also told everyone that those who didn't obtain the 8 Desolates dark divine tool didn't need to worry. Because in a month's time, he would teleport the losers out. Hearing the high priest's words, everyone's expression slightly relaxed. I wish everyone good luck and obtain the 8 Desolates dark divine tool as soon as possible. The high priest said and retreated to the side. The people of the 8 beast tribes walked into the magic array one by one. The first was the Black Chelan tribe, the 9 Luan tribe, the D clan, and then the beast god altar. Yun Sheng and the others were the second last to enter the 8 Desolates Tower. After all the 20 or so core contestants of the 8 Desolates tribe competition entered the 8 Desolates Tower, the magic array that entered the 8 Desolates Tower was like a candle flame that was blown out by the wind, instantly disappearing. And at the bottom of the 8 Desolates Tower, more than 20 different colored bright spots appeared. Chapter 1361. The bright spots that appeared on the first level of the Bahuang Tower represented the different beast clans of the 8 major beast clans according to their color. I wonder who will be the first to come out this time, the high priest said with a smile. From what I see, it has to be young clan leader He Linlin and High Priest's closed-door disciples. Both of them are dragons and phoenixes among men. They will definitely be able to take the lead. Hu Qianqiu flattered by the side. Hu Qianqiu, there should be a limit to your flattery. Why do you have to boost others' morale and diminish your own? Don't you want the celestial fox tribe to come out first? Clan leader Li Pa could not bear to see Hu Qianqiu's face and sneered. Those three silly little girls can't even reach the stage. How can they be compared to the few young clan leaders? Although Hu Qianqiu said that, his fox-like eyes kept glancing at the Bahuang Tower from time to time, looking at the bright white spots that represented Yun Sheng and the others. At this moment, the 20 or so bright spots had begun to move. Inside the Bahuang Tower, Yun Sheng and the others felt the ground beneath their feet shift. The square disappeared and an open space appeared in front of them. As soon as everyone stepped out of the magic array, it disappeared. In the next month, unless someone could successfully pass the level, everyone could only stay in the tower. Fortunately, everyone was skilled. With the help of pills, it was not a big deal to not eat or drink for a month. Compared to the Bahuang Tower's gorgeous exterior, the inside of the tower was very simple. Although there were no doors or windows, the inside of the tower was bright as if there was an illuminating magic array operating continuously. When Yunxing entered the Bahuang Tower, she had the illusion that she had entered the magic tower of the Royal Academy. This was because the spiritual power in the Bahuang Tower was much more than in the outside world. It must be because the imitation Bahuang divine instrument had been kept in the Bahuang Tower for so many years. This tower is so big. Lu Yinchuang opened her eyes and looked around. More than 20 people stood in the tower, but it did not seem crowded at all. The others were also speechless. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, did not feel anything strange. Speaking of which, the Bahuang Tower was somewhat similar to the Linglong Beast Tower in her possession. They could both expand and shrink at will. The challenge had not officially begun, but another battle had already begun. After the 20 or so people entered the Beast Tower, they spontaneously dispersed and stood with their respective factions, guarding against each other. The High Priest had already explained the rules of the challenge. Whoever obtained the 8 Desolation Dark Divine Artifacts first would be the winner. However, there were only 8 Desolation Dark Divine Artifacts. There were over 20 of them. If they wanted to obtain the limited number of divine artifacts, they would have to fight. Especially towards the end, even if they were of the same race, they would compete to see who was better. Forming an alliance early would help to increase the chances of success. This was especially true for the Green Tooth and Silver Rock clans. Their clans had the least number of people. If they did not work together, they would definitely suffer. Bahuang Bahuang Bahuang, the Bahuang Bahuang Bahuang, and Bahuang 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 had the Bahuang Bahuang Bahuang. Purple of the D clan walked to Green's side. The animosity between them had been resolved. When she saw Purple and Green standing together, the expression of the young patriarch of the Beeman clan, Rita, turned gloomy. He Linlin glanced at the 3 people on the Beast God altar. Her meaning was clear. The other 2 disciples of the Beast God altar immediately understood and walked to He Linlin's side. However, Yi Baiming walked to Yun Sheng's side. Yi Baiming, you chose her. Believe it or not, I can kill her right now. He Linlin was very dissatisfied. She put down her status and took the initiative to show goodwill, but this man didn't appreciate it. How dare you? Yi Baiming, Duga Xiu, and Green spoke at almost the same time. He Linlin was taken aback by the agreement of the 3 of them. Her complexion became even more unsightly. She had forgotten that Yun Sheng was a woman who was good at seduction. These men were all fascinated by her. Young patriarch He Linlin, why don't we team up? Yu Shang had long disliked Yun Sheng, especially now that she saw Yi Baiming, the reincarnation of Yi Xiu, only have eyes for Yun Sheng. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to work with me? Hey Lin Lin didn't even look at Yu Shang. Her words made Yu Shang feel embarrassed. Hey Lin Lin hated celestial fox. In her opinion, any celestial fox was bad. She had noticed that Yu Shang's gaze had been on Yi Baiming ever since they entered the Eight Wastelands Tower. Yu Shang was so angry that her face turned red. Miss Yu Shang, if you don't mind, you can team up with us. Silver Rock had long coveted Yu Shang's beauty. Now that he had a chance to please the beauty, he was naturally more than happy to do so. Yun Sheng and Lu Yunshuang were not at all surprised by Yu Shang's betrayal. In fact, they were glad that this woman had left the camp early to avoid backstabbing them. Bobo, Boss Pengyu, and the others followed their earlier discussion with Yun Sheng. They did not acknowledge Yun Sheng, but chose to team up with the Behemoth tribe for the time being. As a result, the original 9 factions were divided into 5 groups: Black Qilin and the Beast God Altar, Green and Z, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, Behemoth and the Chinese, and Silver Rock and Yu Shang. After each tribe was divided into groups, they began to look around, thinking of ways to get to the upper levels. That's strange. Why isn't there a staircase? Didn't they say there were 8 Wastelands divine weapons? Everyone walked around the tower. Yun Sheng also found it strange. She secretly checked the 8 Wastelands divine weapons in her beast language ring. The 8 Wastelands divine weapons did not move. Just then, young clan leader Rita of the Behemoth tribe stepped on something. There was a loud thud in the tower. The originally ordinary-looking ceiling suddenly split in the middle, and a pitch-black starry sky appeared in front of everyone. Look, there's something up there. Someone yelled. Suddenly, many stars appeared in the starry sky. After a series of whistling sounds, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. What's that? Like bats in the dark night or countless moths, countless keys appeared in the starry sky of the 8 Wastelands Tower. These keys were about the same size and shape. Each key had magical wings or combat chi wings. When they saw these keys, everyone was stunned. There were so many of these keys and they looked so special that no one had ever seen them before. These winged keys must have something to do with entering the next level of the 8 Wastelands Tower. Huh, young clan leader Green, it seems like even the heavens are helping us this time. Silver Rock was excited when he saw those winged keys. Although the people here could transform magical wings or combat chi wings, in terms of agility, they were no match for Jiu Wan and Peng Yu who were born as birds. Those keys flying in the air looked small and nimble. They were not easy to snatch. If you're interested, you can go first. Green shook his head. Chapter 1362. Green was much more cautious than Silver Rock. He felt that there was something wrong with these mysterious keys. Silver Rock thought that Green did not dare to go forward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qingya, just you wait. I'll take your share as well. Silver Rock was full of confidence. He and his subordinate, another rock warrior, immediately transformed into a bird and flew into the sky to snatch a key. Green and a few other 9-1 warriors looked at the 2 rock warriors and flew up. His expression was somewhat deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Yun Sheng subconsciously looked at the beast speech ring. Her Octoterra divine weapons did not react. She thought that these keys would be related to the Octoterra divine weapons, but now it seemed that there was no connection. Yun Sheng guessed that these keys should be clues to find the Octoterra divine weapons of darkness. At this moment, Silver Rock and the Rock Warrior had already flown into the sky. Beside that Pink Feather Warrior, a key flew past with a so sound. The key flapped its wings and emitted a dim light. The Rock Warrior was overjoyed. His 5 fingers hooked and grabbed the key's wings. Seeing that he had caught the key, the Rock Warrior cried out in joy, "Young Patriarch, I caught it." "Very good. Give the key to this young patriarch. Silver Rock's eyes shone with greed. But at this moment, the key in the Rock Warrior's hand suddenly let out a shrill cry. Ga! The sharp sound made Silver Rock Warrior feel a dull pain in his head. He focused his eyes and found that the so-called key had unknowingly turned into a green-eyed bat with sharp teeth. The bat was only the size of a small white mouse and liked to eat human flesh. After biting the Rock Warrior's hand, he could not shake it off no matter how hard he tried. After the bat let out a warning sound, the keys in the sky also let out a shrill cry and turned into a large number of bat-like demonic beasts. There were so many of them that people could not help but be scared out of their wits. Seeing this scene, Silver Rock was so scared that he could not flap his wings and fell from the sky. Help! The Rock Warrior's voice became weaker and weaker. In the end, he was completely surrounded by the bats. His voice soon disappeared. By the time the swarm of bats dispersed, not even a single bone was left. A living person had been devoured, skin and bones included, just like that. When the crowd saw this scene, they were also shocked. This was especially true for the 9 Phoenix Race's warriors. Earlier, they were still grumbling in their hearts about why the Feathery Ping race had taken the lead. Now that they saw this scene, they all rejoiced. Otherwise, they would be the ones who would be left without a corpse. A foul smell wafted over. Everyone looked over and saw that the Silver Rock young clan leader was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Useless thing. Hei Lin frowned in disgust. After those bats ate the human flesh, they turned back into keys and flew around the starry sky of the 8 desolate tower. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that these keys were actually terrifying man-eating vicious beasts. That Rock Warrior was able to enter the core competition. His strength was also not bad. He was at least a martial saint. However, in front of these mysterious demonic beasts that were only the size of small white mice, he was unable to resist at all. This caused everyone's expression to become serious. The teeth of those bat-like demonic beasts are poisonous. Once a person comes in contact with it, their entire body will be paralyzed. It will be very difficult to gather battle chi and magic power. Yunxing suddenly said after watching from the side for a moment. Humph, why do you need to say so much? It's not like we don't have eyes. We all have the antidote on us. Hei Lin said unhappily. Only Yunxing knew medicine here. She was also the only one who could see that the bats were poisonous. These bats are demonic beasts left behind from ancient times. Do you think your antidote will work? Bo snorted. Hei Lin, now is not the time to argue. Yunxing, do you have the antidote on you? Green knew that Yunxing's medical skills were not ordinary. She walked forward and asked gently. Of course I have the antidote. However, since some people don't care, why should I meddle in other people's business? Yunxing said very leisurely. The poison of the ancient demonic beasts was somewhat different from the poison of the current 8 Desolates continent. If there were witch doctors or light magicians present, perhaps there would be a way. Unfortunately, these were all warriors and magicians who did not know medicine. However, Yunxing had the immortal Holy Grail in her hands. She believed that with the water of life, she would definitely be able to detoxify the poison. Humph, I don't believe that there isn't a bitch like you. Hei Lin was about to open her mouth to curse when she saw Yi Biming behind Yunxing looking at her coldly. She opened her mouth, but could only swallow the words that were about to come out. You guys, take the antidote and go up together. Hei Lin still believed that those transformative bat keys were the key to entering the 2nd floor of the 8 Desolates Tower. What Hei Lin was talking about were the 3 black Qilin warriors other than Duguxiu. Duguxiu was the vice chief and Hei Lin could not order him around. Those 3 black Qilin warriors had bitter expressions on their faces. However, they could not go against their young chief's words. Thus, they could only brace themselves. After taking the antidote, the three of them transformed their battle chi into wings and rushed toward those flying keys. The Black Qilin warriors were naturally not comparable to the Feather Ping clan's warriors. As soon as they went up, they activated their battle chi defense, preventing those flying keys from getting too close. One of them threw a punch at the flying keys. Not long after, the three warriors retreated in a sorry state. "Young chief, it's not enough." One of them was even injured. Although he had taken the antidote, the blood on that warrior's arm had already turned jet black. The area between his eyebrows had also turned black. The antidote could only slow down the reaction of the poison. It could not cure the poison. "Hey Lin Lin, look at what you've done." After Duguxiu went up to check, his expression darkened. This woman was too concerned about her face. If you have the antidote, hand it over." Hey Lin Lin was somewhat regretful in her heart. She did not expect that those seemingly unremarkable bats would have such a powerful poison. "Haha, how laughable. Young chief, with your attitude, are you begging me?" Yun Xing said indifferently. "I'm not begging you. I'm ordering you." Hey Lin Lin was about to explode from anger. If they were outside the Eight Desolates Tower, she would really want to fight this woman. Ordering. "Hey Lin Lin, watch your words. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to order Yunxing?" Yi Baiming's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Enough. Yunxing, if your antidote is truly useful, it's better to share it with others. Otherwise, it won't be easy to leave the Eight Desolates Tower." Duguxiu sighed. He could only go up and mediate. Chapter 1363. Yunxing naturally wouldn't fall out with this group of people. She still planned to borrow their strength to enter the second floor of the Eight Wastelands Tower. However, she definitely wouldn't let trash like Hey Lin Lin have it easy. "I do have the antidote, but there's no free lunch in this world. If you want the antidote, sure. Whoever wants it, hand over a city in your tribal country. 1 city per person." Yunxing didn't dawdle. She stretched out a finger and waved it in front of everyone. 1 city. Even though Duguxiu already knew that Yunxing was a greedy person, he thought that she would ask for tens or hundreds of thousands of purple gold coins and ask for an exorbitant price. However, he did not expect that this woman would directly ask for a city. This was too much of a scam. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, resisted the urge to laugh out loud. This little wild cat was too mean. Such big words. A lowly celestial fox dares to ask for a city. In your dreams. Hey Lin Lin sneered. "I've decided. Black Qilin tribe, 2 cities per person. I'll increase the price every time you scold me." Yunxing wasn't angry. Instead, she revealed a charming smile. "You, bitch, I'll kill you." Hey Lin Lin was really enraged at this moment. 3 cities per person. Yunxing still had a satisfied look on his face. Others might have some leeway, but Hey Lin Lin couldn't do anything to Yunxing who didn't eat meat or vegetables. Young tribe leader, vice tribe leader, he can't hold on any longer. The injured Black Qilin tribe warrior was already out of breath. He looked like he was about to die. "Hey Lin Lin, think carefully. You were the one who started this. If an elite dies because of your stupidity and we're all trapped in the Eight Wastelands Tower, how are you going to explain it when we get out?" Duguxiu could only pull Hey Lin Lin and whisper in her ear. Hey Lin Lin's face was gloomy. After her impulse, she regretted it. Although Duguxiu's words weren't pleasant to hear, they were the truth. If news of this were to spread, her reputation as the young master of the clan would surely plummet. Although the price of a city was a little high, the Black Qilin tribe was the largest tribe among the Bakra orcs. There were no less than 1,000 cities in their territory. Yunxing did not specify which city she wanted. At most, she would just give her a few broken cities when the time came. After He Linlin figured it out, she glared at Yunsheng. We have a total of 5 people. The Black Qilan tribe is willing to exchange 15 cities for the antidote. Dugu Xiu was also very depressed. 5 bottles of antidote, but before you take the antidote, write a receipt first. Yunsheng immediately took out a brush and ink from the beast language ring. She watched as Dugu Xiu's face darkened as he wrote down the agreement for 15 cities. Yunsheng immediately put on a smiling face and handed over 5 bottles of life water. You better not lie to us. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you today. He Linlin took the antidote and threw it to the poisoned warrior. Under everyone's gaze, the blood of the warrior who drank the antidote gradually returned to red and the wounds on his body healed quickly. It really is the antidote. The other Bakra orcs saw it and believed it. Yunsheng, our Bimeng tribe is also willing to exchange 3 cities for the antidote. Li Pa was also very straightforward. She also wrote a receipt. Our 9-1 tribe is also the same. Green was also used to Yunsheng's actions and also signed a receipt. Our D. Purple led his men and was about to say something. 2 cities each. Yunsheng did not forget that Purple wanted Chan Xian to harm her. She loved to hold grudges. Violet gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to write down the agreement to cede 10 cities. Miss Yun, we don't have any cities. Bo Bo, Boss Pengyu, and Queen Night Demon all held back their laughter and walked forward. Forget it if you don't have any cities. Take the antidote. Yunsheng was very generous this time. She looked at the beast men who had bought the antidote earlier with constipated expressions. We also want 3 sets of antidote. Green Tooth and Silver Rock also followed. The 2 young tribe leaders are also interested in the antidote. That's fine too. The others will each get 1 city. However, the 2 of you will get 5 cities each. Yunsheng gestured with her hands. Based on what? The others only have 3 cities at most. Silver Rock and Azure Tooth choked on their words. The 2 of you are the young tribe leaders and are second to none in the tribe. How can you compare with the others? Besides, the other tribes have more people and you have fewer people. There is no profit. Yunsheng looked like a Philistine. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such a shameless person. Everyone was speechless. At the side, Purple, He Linlin, and the others felt a little better when they saw Silver Rock and the others being taken advantage of. However, Yunsheng was overjoyed. Dozens of cities were in her hands just like that. Boss Pengyu and the others had tribes but no cities. These cities could be put under the name of the Chinese. I don't have any territory to give you. Yushang hated Yunsheng for doing this. However, she was not a great witch doctor and did not know how to cure poison. Moreover, she was alone. Don't worry. We are from the same tribe. I won't take too much advantage of you. It's fine if you don't have any cities. 100 slaps and I'll give you 1 set of antidote. Yunsheng shrugged, as if she was at a disadvantage. Yunsheng, you. Yushang turned pale. What are you talking about? You know the rules. 100 slaps is considered a light punishment. Yunsheng sneered. Yushang was so proud. How could she be humiliated in front of Yunsheng? She looked at Yin Peng with resentment. Yin Peng wanted to save her. However, when he thought of Yunsheng's high price of 5 cities, he did not know how his father would punish him if he gave up. Thinking of this, Yin Peng could only harden his heart and not look at the beauty's pleading eyes. Yushang was infuriated. She was someone who had lived twice. She knew that she could not afford to provoke Yunsheng, the ungrateful wretch. Alright, 100 slaps. I'll accept it. Yushang rolled up her sleeves and prepared to do it. Wait, how can you let Miss Yushang do this? I'm willing to do it for you. Bo Bo, who had been watching from the side for a long time, immediately jumped out. Bo Bo and the others were in disguise, so they were not afraid that Yu Shang would recognize them. Yun Xing's mouth twitched when she saw Bo Bo's eager expression. Thinking of Bo Bo's strange strength, Yu Shang's clothes would be torn to shreds after 100 slaps. Ahem, that's it. I'll have to trouble this lady to do it for me. Yun Xing could not bear it anymore. She leaned on Yi Baiming, her black eyes flashing with mischief. Then I'll start. Left face or right face first? She chuckled and approached Yu Shang like an evil witch. Chapter 1364. Alright, you can do it. Yu Shang was secretly delighted that Yun Xing wasn't going to do it herself. As long as Yun Xing didn't do it herself, she could use the corpse puppet technique to control the Chinese woman who'd volunteered. Popo walked up to her and rolled up her sleeves. Yu Shang secretly used the corpse puppet technique. Slap. The slap was crisp and loud. Yu Shang's egg-like face immediately puffed up like a balloon. Yu Shang was completely dumbfounded. The corpse puppet technique didn't work. If the corpse puppet technique didn't work, then she'd use the puppet technique. Yu Shang gritted her teeth. Slap. Another slap. The puppet technique didn't work at all. Yu Shang's face was completely pale. She looked at Popo as if she was looking at a ghost. What's the background of this Hua woman? Why didn't the corpse puppet technique or the puppet technique work on her? Yu Shang naturally didn't know that Popo wasn't under the Celestial Fox's control because the Celestial Fox's inheritance was a beast's inheritance. It could only be used on people or beasts who were equal to the beasts. But Popo was different. She was a world deity. Although she was still a half-baked world deity, her divine body was unique in the entire mortal world. Yu Shang's schemes didn't work on her at all. 98 more. For the first time, Popo found that it was incomparably enjoyable to abuse someone. After 100 slaps, Yu Shang's face couldn't be described with human words. Everyone looked at Bobo in a different light. When the Chinese had entered the core competition as a dark horse, the other beast clans, especially the Black Chelan tribe, had thought that they'd hit the jackpot. Other than Yi Shi, who'd fought against the Silver Rock Warrior, Rock Feather and Popo's performance hadn't been outstanding. However, everyone knew Yu Shang's strength. Her puppet technique was unparalleled. But today, she'd been beaten to a pulp by a little girl. After 100 slaps, Yu Shang hated Yun Xing and Popo to the core. Yun Xing was a woman of her word. She also gave the water of life to Yu Shang. Although they already had the antidote to save their lives, there were too many keys. Green and the others transformed into magic wings one after another and snatched a few keys. However, the 8 Wastelands Tower's starry skies still did not change. Outside the 8 Wastelands Tower, a few desolate patriarchs were paying close attention to the changes in the points of light within the tower. After the initial movement, the light dots that represented the group moved much less. They looked like they were still. After a while, the light spot disappeared. A member of the winged Peng race has been sacrificed. The high priest muttered to himself. Hearing that, Peng Wanli's expression suddenly changed. There were only 2 winged rocks, but they couldn't tell which one was the silver Peng and which one was the other winged rocks. High priest, is Ba Huang Tower very dangerous? Peng Wanli was worried about his only son and asked. Peng Wanli, although the 8 Wastelands divine artifact in Ba Huang Tower is an imitation, its power is no less than the Dark 8 Wastelands divine artifact from the Boundless Land. Your son isn't there to play. It's normal for anyone from the 8 Wastelands to die, He Yao said angrily. Peng Wanli could only dejectedly retreat halfway. After witnessing this scene, the other beast race patriarchs also became worried. They looked at the Octaterra Tower with worried expressions. The situation inside the pagoda was not much better than outside. Everyone had a nervous look on their faces. Where is the Octaterra divine artifact? If this continues, how long will it take? Everyone was frowning. It had been a day and a night since they entered Ba Huang Tower, but there were no changes in the 8 Wastelands' starry sky. Were they going to spend a month here? It's still not working. Lu Yinchuang also went forward to grab the keys a few times, but she did not find anything. Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and Du Guxiu did not make a move. They just watched coldly from the sidelines. What did you find? Yi Baiming saw that Yun Sheng had been staring at the starry sky. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered something. I remember a place, Yun Sheng muttered. Opposite them, Yi Shang's eyes also lit up. Her face had recovered after drinking the spring of life, but she was still very angry. So, even though she had discovered something, she did not say anything. The ancient seal, Du Guxiu suddenly said. Obviously, like them, Du Guxiu had also discovered something. When Yun Sheng and the others entered the ancient seal, on the surface, there were many 8 Wastelands inheritances in the ancient seal. However, the most important 8 Wastelands inheritances were only revealed after all the inheritance pillars had been plundered. You mean to say that we might find something after we search all of these keys? Green and the others were still a little skeptical. The ancient seal and the 8 Wastelands Tower were both built by the ancestors of the ancient Bakra orcs. I believe they have something in common. Rather than waiting for death, we might as well take a gamble. Yun Sheng also agreed with Du Guxiu's idea. Yu Shang snorted coldly and reluctantly agreed. There are so many keys. When will we be able to capture all of them? Won't we be exhausted? Rita frowned as she looked at the densely packed keys. So, we have to gather everyone's strength. My idea is to form groups of 2. One person will be responsible for attracting the attention of the keys, and the other will be responsible for capturing the keys. We have to clear all the keys as soon as possible. Yun Sheng's idea received the support of most people. Soon, the groups separated. Yun Sheng was naturally in the same group as Yi Baiming. As for Rita, she was surprisingly in the same group as Purple. When she saw this arrangement, Purple frowned. Her cool face did not change at all. However, Rita blushed, which was a rare sight. After drinking their respective water of life, everyone formed groups of 2 and flew toward the starry sky of the 8 Wastelands Tower. Soon, the 2 worked together and showed signs of not getting tired. After a day and night of hard work, it was the morning of the 3rd day. Everyone landed on the ground. Finally, we've cleared all these damn keys. Yun Sheng was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. Not long after the keys disappeared, the originally pitch-black starry sky suddenly emitted many rays of light that illuminated the entire starry sky. In the starry sky, dozens of dazzling rays of light that looked like shooting stars swept across the starry sky. Those rays of light all carried keys. Grab those keys. As soon as Yun Sheng finished speaking, Yi Baiming leaped up. His figure was as fast as lightning. His figure swayed a few times in the air like a ghost, and he grabbed the meteor keys that had just appeared in his hand. Chapter 1365. It was different from the other flying keys. This new remote 8 Wasteland Ghost key did not transform into a demonic beast. However, after Yi Baiming obtained the key, something strange happened to the key. Whoosh! A white light enveloped Yi Baiming. Night Fox. Yun Sheng was shocked and instinctively grabbed Yi Baiming's hand. A magic array appeared in the white light, and Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming disappeared at the same time. Yi Baiming. Yun Sheng. He Lin Lin and Lu Yunchuang cried out at the same time. The others had strange expressions on their faces, especially Bobo, who almost cried out. Fortunately, she was stopped by Boss Pingyu. There are many more keys above. They must lead to the upper levels of the remote 8 Wasteland Tower. Let's fight for them together. The others had different expressions on their faces, but they quickly understood. It seemed that what Yun Sheng said earlier was true. Those flying keys that could transform into demonic beasts were only used to fool people. The real keys to enter the remote 8 Wasteland Tower were the ones that appeared last. It'll be fine. They've probably just been teleported to different floors of the remote 8 Wasteland Tower. Queen Night Demon comforted Bobo softly. She was right. Master had a natal contract with her. If something happened to Master, she would definitely know. Bobo thought of this and breathed a sigh of relief. Later, everyone will fight for the flying keys. We may be separated. You two have to take care of yourselves. Bobo calmed down a little and looked up at the magic array flying keys flying all over the sky. Hey Lin Lin and the others had already flown forward to snatch the keys. Like Yi Baiming, after everyone grabbed a key, they were teleported to an unknown place by the magic array hidden in the key. Almost everyone had left. Only then did Bobo, Boss Pengyu, and the others each snatch a magic array flying key. After everyone had been teleported away, the last few rays of light in the starry sky disappeared. Outside the Ba Huang Tower, most of the onlookers had already left. Only a few clan leaders insisted on staying outside. On the first floor, the different colored dots of light that represented the different tribes gradually decreased. As the dots of light disappeared, different colored dots of light appeared on the other floors of the Ba Huang Tower. The patriarchs couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. They looked at the dots of light with different colors that appeared on different floors with joy on their faces. It seems that they have already entered the upper levels of the Ba Huang Tower. The High Priest nodded. That's not right, High Priest. There are a total of 8 Desolation Dark Artifacts. If the first floor doesn't contain any 8 Desolation Dark Artifacts, then there are only 7 floors left. There seems to be one 8 Desolation Dark Artifact missing. Patriarch Lipa, who looked rough on the outside, suddenly realized that something was wrong. I'm not sure about that. The 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifact has always been in the 8 Desolate Tower. The High Priest was also puzzled. He thought that the first level of the 8 Wastelands Tower would also have the 8 Wastelands Dark Artifact. From the looks of it, there were only teleportation arrays on the first floor. Now, other than the first floor, there were more or less dots of light on each floor. From the dots of light on each floor, most of the beasts were distributed on the same floor. For example, the black dot that represented the Black Chelan tribe was concentrated on the 7th floor. The green dot that represented the 9-1 tribe was concentrated on the 6th floor. As for the Pink Feather tribe and the Green Nether Wolf tribe, they were distributed on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Of course, there were some exceptions, but they were in the minority. Seeing such distribution, most of the Bakra Orcs patriarchs were disappointed. On the same floor, it meant that there would be competition between the same tribe, and it would be more intense. They could only obtain one 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifact. But among these beasts, there were also individual dots of light that were distributed on different floors. For example, the white dot of light and the golden dot that represented the beast god altar. Hu Qianqiu was also nervous. When he saw the 3 dots of light that represented the celestial fox tribe scattered on different floors, and they were on the 4th, 7th, and 8th floors, Hu Qianqiu's face couldn't help but show joy. The other beasts' patriarchs couldn't help but envy Hu Qianqiu. The beast god altar was one thing, but even the heavenly fox tribe of the lower-level beasts had the chance to obtain 3 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifacts. Their luck was simply too good. On the highest floor, there are 2 dots of light. Looking at the color, they seem to be from the beast god altar and the celestial fox tribe. I just don't know which 2 lucky ones they are. The 9-1 tribe patriarch said meaningfully. Everyone knew that the higher the floor, the higher the level of the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifact that represented the seal. No matter if it was the beast god altar or the celestial fox tribe that entered the 8th floor, it meant that the highest level of the 8 desolate darkness divine artifact was most likely in the hands of one of the two. But the people in the 8 desolate tower knew nothing about this. On the highest floor, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming were forcefully brought over by the magic array. That's the Dark War God's halberd. In front of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, there was a magic display window. Inside the magic display window was a pair of pitch-black Qilin arms. In the continent, only Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and Du Guxiu knew that the Dark War God's halberd was a Qilin arm. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu each obtained a Dark War God's Qilin arm. But because the Dark War God's halberd was incomplete, the two were unable to use the Dark War God's halberd to its fullest potential. Who would have thought that this time, entering the 8 desolate tower, Yi Baiming would encounter the Dark War God's halberd? The enchantment on that magic display window is very strong. Retreat to the side, I'll open it. Yi Baiming's eyes flashed as he took a deep breath. Boom, a heavy punch was thrown at the magic display window. Who would have thought that with this punch, not only would the magic display window shatter, but it also didn't even have a crack or dent. Yi Baiming's eyes changed as a hint of provocation appeared on his lips. With a shake of his right hand, countless golden scales appeared on his right hand. Ha! This punch was like a meteor. With one punch, the magic on the magic display window fluctuated continuously. Yun Sheng could feel that the entire floor of the tower seemed to be shaking. But after a series of aftershocks, the magic display window regained its calmness. The Dark War God's halberd was still lying in the display window. Drip, drip, drip. Fresh blood dripped from Yi Baiming's right hand. Yi Baiming couldn't help but change his expression. The magic display window in the 8 desolate tower was actually so powerful. He had used a portion of the Dark War God's halberd's power, but he still couldn't shake it in the slightest. Night Fox, don't be rash. Let me try my magic attack. Yun Sheng stared at Yi Baiming with a pained expression. This guy really didn't care about his own body. Yes, madam. Feeling the anger and deep concern in Yun Sheng's tone, Yi Baiming's lips curled up as he teased. Hee, I have a monthly vote. Vote. Chapter 1366. Yun Sheng did not react when she heard the word madam. Although she and Yi Baiming were husband and wife, they had always referred to each other as Night Fox and Little Wild Cat. She could not help but blush when she heard the word madam. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Yun Sheng spat at Yi Baiming. Her face was flushed, and she looked indescribably coquettish. Yi Baiming could not help but laugh. Yun Sheng wanted to treat Yi Baiming's injury, but she saw that the wound on his right hand had disappeared. After the life and death talisman was implanted in my body, my healing ability was stronger than before. Yi Baiming seemed to be deep in thought. That thing is still a magical weapon. You'd better use it less. Yun Sheng had a bad feeling when she thought of the origin of the life and death talisman that baby had mentioned earlier. Since the attack of the halberd of the divine battle god had no effect on the magical window, Yun Sheng decided to use magical attacks instead. 4 different colored magical elements appeared between Yun Sheng's fingers. Red, blue, green, and yellow magical elements intertwined to form a powerful 4-sided lightning vortex. After Yun Sheng had obtained the magic bracelet, she had added wind and earth magical elements to the foundation of the original profound lightning vortex's water and fire magical elements. The destructive power of the new 4-sided lightning vortex was at least several times stronger than the previous profound lightning vortex. It was also comparable to Yi Baiming's attack with the halberd of the divine battle god. Seeing the 4-colored magical elements intertwined in Yun Sheng's hands, Yi Baiming sighed. Even Yi Baiming could not achieve such a fusion of magical elements. An ordinary mage's arm would be blown to smithereens as soon as they came into contact with magic elements of opposite attributes, let alone fusing them. However, Yun Sheng was able to resist the 4 major magic elements because of her Trillium Hand and Jade Marrow technique. Go! Yun Sheng waved her hand, and the 4 elements magic lightning vortex spun like a top, flying towards the magic display window. It was like an electric drill that kept hitting and eroding the magic window. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming couldn't help but hold their breaths. Boom! Just when Yun Sheng thought that the 4-sided lightning vortex would be able to shatter the magic window, the vortex exploded. Magic elements scattered in all directions, but the magic window remained motionless. How can this be? Yun Sheng didn't expect that their continuous attacks wouldn't be able to break this magic window. He had tried magic and battle techniques, but none of them worked. This time, the two were also at their wits' end. I wonder how the others are doing. Yun Sheng frowned and looked at the magic window helplessly. In different levels of the 8 Wastelands Tower, the other warriors of the 8 Wastelands Tower were also in a similar situation as Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. However, compared to Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, who were on the 8th level, the power of the magic windows on different levels of the tower was also very different. The higher the level, the stronger the magic windows were. The magic windows on Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's level were undoubtedly the most difficult to break. However, unlike Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, before the magic windows were broken, a fight between the same race and another race unfolded on the other levels. It was unknown whether it was because of the temptation of the 8 Wastelands of Darkness or because they thought of the fame and success after success, but most of them lost their minds. Their status in the race, their strength, and their status seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. This situation was also unexpected by the High Priest and the other clan leaders who had sent everyone into the 8 Wastelands Tower earlier. Looking at the light dots that represented their warriors in the 8 Wastelands Tower, the expressions on the faces of the clan leaders were very strange. This was especially so for the Peng clan leader. When he saw the light that represented the silver rock disappear, he roared angrily and was about to rush into the 8 Wastelands Tower. The High Priest had no choice but to use a restriction spell to trap the Peng clan leader. The Peng clan leader, who was trapped in the magic restriction, roared in pain like a trapped beast. Damned 8 Wastelands Tower, High Priest, what are your intentions? Give me back my son's life. The other clan leaders also had different expressions. Although they were not like the Silver Rock, who had lost his son directly, almost all of their elites had died. What kind of secret was in the 8 Wastelands Tower? Or did the 8 Wastelands of Darkness have some kind of unspeakable power that made people lose their minds and kill each other? Peng clan leader, the 8 Wastelands Tower is hell on earth. Those who can come out of it are all experts among experts. It not only tests a person's strength, but also their temperament. I am also very sorry that the Silver Rock clan's young master did not pass the test. The 2 warriors of the Beast God altar had also been killed. However, the High Priest's expression was still cold. It was as if the deaths of those 2 were nothing in his eyes. The High Priest is correct. Peng clan leader, you can leave now. He Yao issued a callous order for him to leave. The death of the Silver Rock clan's young master meant that the Peng clan had lost the qualifications to be a middle beast clan and had become a lower beast clan. Peng Wanli hung his head dispiritedly as he was helped away by several Peng clan guards. Time passed day by day, but still no one came out of the 8 Wastelands Tower. Fortunately, the number of light dots in the different floors of the 8 Wastelands Tower did not decrease. This continued until the 25th day. On the 8th floor, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming sat cross-legged back to back. The 2 of them were exhausted. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming had tried many times, but without exception, they all failed. Time in the 8 Wastelands Tower was dull and monotonous. Could it be that they had to wait until the end of the month and leave the 8 Wastelands Tower? Because they were on the 8th floor, they could not contact the outside world. Yun Sheng did not know how the others were doing. However, there was one thing that Yun Sheng was certain of. Bo Bo, Night Demon Queen, and the others were still alive. Night Fox, it is actually quite good to stay in the Eight Wastelands Tower. Yun Xing said faintly. A hand appeared behind her. Yi Baiming held her in his embrace. You must be tired these days. With me here, everything will be fine. Yi Baiming understood what Yun Xing meant. The two of them, from the first time they met to the many times they were separated, had experienced hardships that normal people could not imagine. After so many years, it was only in this half a month that the two of them had the chance to truly live a peaceful life alone. Although there was nothing in the Eight Wastelands Tower, she had him and he had her. This was better than anything else. Here, there was no blood feud between the Wuxia continent and the Eight Wastelands continent. There was also no hatred between humans and beasts. There was also no ancient forbidden curse. There was only peace and mutual dependence. In their eyes, there was only the reflection of each other. It was as if this moment had become an eternity. Chapter 1367. The two of them enjoyed this tranquil time that they had never experienced before. Night Fox, if we can't be together in the future, will you forget? Before Yun Xing could finish her sentence, the man's breath drowned her. After a passionate kiss, Yun Xing was panting. Her eyes were blurred as she stared at the handsome face in front of her. It was so handsome that it hurt her eyes. Yun Xing, I will never leave you for the rest of my life. You are not allowed to leave me either. I will think of a way to remove the ancient forbidden curse myself. I still want to have many children with you. Maybe we can consider having 8 or 10. Yi Baiming rested his chin on Yun Xing's cheek. He had stayed in Bahuang Tower for over 20 days. Stubble had grown on his smooth chin. It was hard and itchy as it rubbed against Yun Xing's face. Bah, who wants to have 8 or 10 children with you? Do you think I'm a sow? When Yun Xing heard this, her face turned even redder. She angrily refused to let Yi Baiming rub against her face, but the man took the opportunity to steal a kiss. With such a beautiful sow like you, all the men in the world would be willing to be male pigs. Looking at her flushed face, Yi Baiming thought about how after leaving Bahuang Tower, there would still be 2 stupid pigs, Green and Duga Xiu, who would fight with him for a woman. He was filled with anger. I've already thought about it. Our first child should be Sir's daughter. Give birth to a daughter who is as beautiful and mischievous as you. As for the name, let's call her Yun Xing. I want our daughter to be like the bright moon in the sky and unparalleled in the world. Yi Baiming reached out with his long arm and pulled Yun Xing into his embrace. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it's not my problem. It's your problem as a man. Medical science says that there's a 50-50 chance. Seeing Yi Baiming's mind run wild, Yun Xing was both angry and amused. She couldn't help but put on a doctor's face. Probability? What's that? Yi Baiming looked at the woman who was grinning wickedly. This little woman, the longer he knew her, the more he couldn't figure out her thoughts. Yi Baiming admitted that he liked Yun Xing because she was different from others. Yun Xing suddenly sighed. She and Yi Baiming had gone through so many life and death situations together. Her heart had long accepted Yi Baiming, but there was always a secret in her heart. That was, she wasn't from the boundless world. Should she tell Yi Baiming that she came from a modern society called Wuxia? Night Fox, if you say that I don't belong here, I mean, I don't belong to the boundless world or the 8 desolates continent. Yun Xing took a deep breath and slowly recounted her past. After saying all this, Yun Xing looked at Yi Baiming carefully. She didn't know if Yi Baiming could understand everything she had said, or if he would believe her. I want to thank that man, Yi Baiming said after listening for a long time. Thank? You mean that scumbag Lu Minglang? Yun Xing glared at him when she heard that. She looked like a tigress baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Night Fox had better not be stupid. She actually wanted to thank that scumbag Lu Minglang. I have to thank him for not marrying me. If I hadn't met you, what would I have done? Yi Baiming's eyes were filled with tenderness. If it hadn't been for Yun Sheng, what would he have done? This woman had given him a pair of eyes and sunlight. If it hadn't been for her, perhaps he would have continued to live in hatred and darkness, becoming a bloodthirsty beast of revenge. He didn't care about her past. He only knew that fate had given Yun Sheng to him. From the moment he met Yun Sheng, he had become a real person. Yi Baiming's words moved Yun Sheng. She just realized that the man in front of her had such a weak side. Yun Sheng hugged Yi Baiming's face and kissed him gently. Night Fox, don't worry. We will always be together. We can't be depressed anymore. After the two of them shared their feelings, the two of them pulled themselves together again. Being trapped in Ba Huang Tower was only temporary. Once the 1-month limit was over, regardless of whether they could break the magic window or not, they would be sent out of Ba Huang Tower. He Yao, the high priest, Hu Qianxiu and the others were not good people. They did not make things difficult for Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming for the time being because of the Ba Huang clan competition. If they did not obtain the dark Ba Huang divine weapon, those people would definitely not let the matter rest. Let's try again. I'll use magic, you use Do Qi. Yun Sheng suddenly stopped. Yi Baiming also paused. A strange look suddenly appeared in their eyes. Night Fox, we can try using magic and Do Qi to attack together. Yun Sheng quivered. She and Yi Baiming had previously used magic and Do Qi to attack the magic window separately, but it did not work. Why didn't they think of using magic and Do Qi to attack the magic window together? Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's attainments in magic and Do Qi might not be the strongest in the current Ba Huang continent, but their magic and Do Qi combined could definitely be considered as the strongest in the continent. They could even fight against He Yao or the High Priest. After the two of them were inspired, they stood on one side of the magic window. Yi Baiming's right hand was enshrouded in fighting aura. On Yun Sheng's hand, the four-sided lightning vortex crackled. The two of them used their strength at the same time. Yi Baiming's right hand was filled with a golden qilin Do Qi, which transformed into a golden qilin. It opened its mouth angrily and rushed towards the magic window. Yun Sheng's four-sided vortex was like a scorching sun, emitting 4 dazzling rays of light. Magic and Do Qi collided, but did not devour each other. Instead, they fused together perfectly. The qilin devours the sun. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's fusion technique was born. When the qilin devours the sun blasted towards the magic window, the entire window seemed to be unable to withstand the attack and swayed. After dozens of attacks, the magic window that did not change at all had spiderweb-like cracks appear on it. Those cracks were like the roots of a tree, and they continued to grow. Boom! After a few breaths, the magic window finally could not withstand the power of the qilin devours the sun and was forcefully broken. The moment the magic window was broken, the dark war god's halberd lying in the magic window seemed to have heard a call and flew out with a whoosh. Yi Baiming did not hesitate for a moment. He reached out with his left hand and firmly grasped the dark war god's halberd. When the trident fell into Yi Baiming's left hand, it struggled for a moment, but after feeling the tyrannical qilin Do Qi on Yi Baiming's body, the dark war god's halberd slowly stopped struggling and was subdued. Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng looked at each other and smiled. The dark war god's halberd was in their hands. There are highlights in this chapter. High energy warning. Did everyone notice it? Thank you for tipping and voting. Chapter 1368. Success. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming were overjoyed. After the dark battle god's halberd was absorbed, the 8th floor also changed. 2 teleportation magic arrays suddenly appeared on the originally empty floor. Let's quickly leave the 8 Wastelands Tower. Yi Baiming also revealed a look of joy when he saw the teleportation magic arrays. But Yun Sheng was staring at the other teleportation magic array. Why would two teleportation magic arrays appear at this time? One of them was the teleportation magic array to leave the 8 Wastelands Tower, but the other one looked the same as the one that had sent her and Yi Baiming to the 8th floor. It seemed to be the teleportation magic array that returned to the 1st floor. At this moment, a strange sound came from Yun Sheng's beast speech ring. When she heard the strange sound, Yun Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Night Fox, leave the 8 Wastelands Tower first. I want to return to the 1st floor to take a look. Yun Sheng's decision puzzled Yi Baiming. You want to return to the 1st floor, but there's nothing there. If you must return, I'll go with you. Yi Baiming knew that Yun Sheng was regretful that she didn't obtain the 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine artifact. She probably returned to the 1st floor because she suspected that there were other 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine artifacts on the 1st floor. No, you have to leave first. It's already been more than 20 days. I don't know if the others have broken the magical display window. The first person to leave will be first. Yun Sheng was unwilling. Yi Baiming was delayed because of her. After all, whether he won or not was related to whether he could obtain the method to break the ancient curse from the High Priestess. Yun Sheng's insistence made Yi Baiming hesitate. Go quickly. I'll be fine. Yun Sheng simply pushed Yi Baiming and forcefully pushed him into the teleportation magic array. Little wild cat, I'll definitely wait for you to come out. Yi Baiming's voice disappeared as the teleportation magic array's light dimmed. On the 8th floor, only Yun Sheng was left. She took a deep breath and walked into the teleportation array that led to the 1st level of the magic array. Outside the 8 Wastelands Tower, even experts like the Patriarchs and the High Priest were a little dispirited after waiting bitterly for many days. Suddenly, they noticed that the 2 light spots on the top floor of Bahuang Tower had disappeared at the same time. The Patriarchs thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After taking a closer look, they let out a series of cheers. Hu Qianqiu's face was full of smiles. Because there was a 50% chance that the first warrior would be from the Celestial Fox tribe. A magic array appeared, and Yi Baiming, dressed in black, walked out of it. After not seeing him for half a month, Yi Baiming looked a little haggard, but the fighting aura on his body. Both Obsidian and the High Priest were delighted. The Dark Battle God's Halberd. Yi Baiming's terrifying battle chi was none other than the 8 Barons of Darkness Divine Weapon. He had successfully obtained the 8 Barons of Darkness Divine Weapon on the 8th floor of the tower. When Hu Qianqiu saw Yi Baiming, his face stiffened. But he still stared at the teleportation magic array without giving up. He was still secretly hoping that there would be a second 8 Barons of Darkness Divine Weapon on the 8th floor. From the teleportation magic array, another Celestial Fox warrior would walk out. But even when the magic power of the teleportation magic array dissipated, no one walked out. Hey, that light spot on the 8th floor, why did it suddenly return to the 1st floor? Hu Qianqiu, isn't that a warrior of your Celestial Fox people? Patriarch Li Pa saw Hu Qianqiu's appearance and was secretly delighted. How could it be? Why did it return to the 1st floor? Hu Qianqiu took a closer look. Really, there was a white light spot on the 1st floor. He instantly felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Looking at the white light spot on the 1st floor, he had the urge to vomit 3 liters of blood. Seeing Yi Baiming, Hu Qianqiu had already guessed that the Celestial Fox warrior who was with Yi Baiming earlier was definitely Yun Sheng. With Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's relationship, if she wanted the Dark Battle God's Halberd, Yi Baiming would definitely agree. But now, it seemed that stupid woman had instead given up the Dark Battle God's Halberd for a man. Yun Sheng, you actually dared to ruin this Patriarch's plan. Hu Qianqiu stared at the 1st floor of the 8 Barons Tower with a face full of hatred. The 1st floor of the 8 Barons Tower was the 1st floor that all the warriors had entered earlier. If the 8 Barons of Darkness Divine Weapon was there, it would have been discovered long ago. Yun Sheng actually went from the 8th floor to the 1st floor. This woman was simply preposterous. Congratulations, congratulations. The high priest's last disciple has indeed succeeded. Regarding Yi Baiming being the first to exit the tower, most of the 8 barons patriarchs did not have any objections. In any case, the beast god altar was not a member of the 8 barons tribe. The beast god altar's participation was just a formality, allowing the high priest's disciple to train. He Yao's expression was still unsettled. Looking at Yi Baiming, his eyes were filled with anger and regret. The dark battle god's halberd was the most powerful of the 8 barons of darkness divine weapons. At the same time, it was the most suitable divine weapon for warriors to use. It had chosen Yi Baiming. This also proved that Yi Baiming was the most suitable candidate to inherit the Black Qilin tribe's patriarch position. However, he was now a member of the beast god altar. Yi Baiming ignored everyone's congratulations. His face was tense as he looked at the slowly moving light spot on the first floor of the 8 barons' tower. Little wild cat, you must do your best. Look, there's another layer of light coming out. With a wave of magic, a new magic array appeared and Duguxiu walked out from it. When Duguxiu saw Yi Baiming, he snorted. At the same time, he also noticed that Yun Sheng was not with Yi Baiming. Duguxiu also brought out a 8 barons divine weapon. It was actually the Dark East Imperial Jade. Another day passed. After Yi Baiming and Duguxiu came out, a third person came out of the 8 barons' tower. However, this time, it was Green and Queen Night Stalker. Green looked somewhat miserable. He and Queen Night Stalker were very unlucky to be placed on the same floor. Queen Night Stalker was not easy to deal with. The two fought for more than 20 days. In the end, Green relied on a portion of the 9-1 King Sarira's energy to subdue Queen Night Stalker. In the end, Green obtained the Dark Magic Divine Bracelet. Why isn't Yun Sheng with you? Green immediately noticed that Yun Sheng did not come out. My woman does not need other men's concern. Yi Baiming's expression was cold. You can't even protect her well. How can you be considered her man? Green lost his usual elegance and had a face full of anger. Green, don't mess around. Yun Sheng is fine. She seems to have chosen to return to the first floor. The 9-1 elder had a headache. The 9-1 elder also knew that Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's relationship was not ordinary. Moreover, Yi Baiming was very strong. Green might not be his match. Only now did Green notice that there was a white light spot on the first floor of the 8 barons' tower. That was Yun Sheng. Chapter 1369. Over the next few days, more and more people emerged from the 8 Wastelands Tower. To everyone's surprise, the fourth person to emerge from the 8 Wastelands Tower was Yushang. What she brought out was the Dark Heart Difficult Lamp. The moment he saw Yushang emerge, a smile appeared on Hu Qianqiu's old face, which had been troubled for the past few days. Yun Sheng did not emerge, but Yushang did. The fourth. Yushang was the fourth. Excluding Yi Baiming from the Beast God Altar, the Celestial Fox tribe was in the top 3. The Celestial Fox tribe had become a superior beast. It was as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. Hu Qianqiu was so happy that he could not close his mouth. After Yushang left the magic array, she glanced at Yi Baiming. When she saw the dark battle god's halberd in his hand, her eyes flashed. She was even more certain that Yi Baiming was Yi Xiu's reincarnation. On the 28th day, 3 groups of people left the 8 Wastelands Tower with the 8 Wastelands divine artifacts. The 5th group consisted of Bobo, Boss Rock Feather, and Lu Yunchuang. Bobo obtained the eternal Holy Grail of Darkness. He Linlin and Qingyao. He Linlin obtained the Dark Ghost Key. The last group consisted of Violet and Li Pa. Violet obtained the Dark Summoning Demon's Hand. Apart from Bobo's group, who left the 8 Wastelands Tower happily, Qingyao was half dead in He Linlin's group. As for Violet and Li Pa, they looked a little strange. As soon as Bobo walked out of the magic array, he realized that his master was not there. When he looked back, he realized that his master had run back to the first floor. In fact, after all of them had broken through the magic windows on each floor, 2 magic arrays had appeared in front of them. They had all made the same choice, to leave the 8 Wastelands Tower. No one would return to the first floor of the 8 Wastelands Tower like Yunsheng. After all, the first floor was the floor from which they had entered. There was nothing there. Today is the 29th day. There are only a few hours left before the 1-month deadline. However, all of you only managed to collect 7-8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifacts, the High Priest said regretfully. The 8 Desolation Darkness Divine Artifact corresponded to the 8 Desolation Divine Artifact in the Boundless Land. In other words, he was still missing the 8 Desolation Dark Artifact, the Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness. However, based on the current situation, the chances of finding the Dark Destiny Mirror were very slim. However, the High Priest was still satisfied with this outcome. Even without the 8 Desolation Dark Artifact, it should be enough to shake the Dutian Blood Seal. No, there's still one person who hasn't come out. Yi Baiming ignored the High Priest. He only stared at Bahuang Tower. So what if she comes out? So many of us have been to the first level. If there was the last 8 Barons Divine Artifact there, it would have been discovered long ago. Hey Lin Lin sneered. You saw it too. She hasn't moved. Now, that woman must be regretting it. She can only wait for the last magic array to open. Indeed, the light that represented Yunsheng on the first level of Bahuang Tower hadn't moved for a long time. No one knew what Yunsheng was doing. So many people couldn't find it. Hey Lin Lin didn't believe that Yunsheng could find it. It hasn't been a month yet. Let's wait here. Green also stared at Bahuang Tower. On the first level of Bahuang Tower, Yunsheng sat cross-legged. After returning to the first level, she started a carpet search. However, even with the Shenong Eye, she couldn't find any clues about the 8 Desolation Dark Artifact. Could it be that there were 2 more 8 Desolation Dark Artifacts hidden on another level? Yunsheng couldn't contact the outside world. The magic array to leave would only appear on the last day. Helpless, Yunsheng stopped moving around. On the 30th day, the magic array to leave the tower didn't appear. Yunsheng took out the Broken Heavens Mandate Mirror from the Beast Language Ring. When Yi Baiming and I were about to leave Bahuang Tower, you clearly moved. Why is there no reaction at all now? Yunsheng's face was reflected in the broken mirror. That day, the reason why Yunsheng suddenly decided to return to the first level was because when she was about to leave, the Heaven's Mandate Mirror in the Beast Language Ring suddenly rang. Yi Baiming didn't hear that sound. However, as the owner of the 8 Desolation Dark Artifact, Yunsheng heard it clearly. Therefore, she decided to return to the first level. Ever since Ji Rumo died, the Heaven's Mandate Mirror didn't react like a divine artifact should. After looking at the Heaven's Mandate Mirror a few times in her hand, Yunsheng sighed. Outside Bahuang Tower, the sky gradually darkened. Around noon, the last half an hour was about to pass. Within the 8 Wastelands Tower, the white dot of light remained motionless. It seems that there won't be any more miracles. It's time for her to come out. The High Priest said and chanted. Inside Bahuang Tower, there was a magical fluctuation. In the center of the first level, a magic array appeared. Finally, we can leave this damned place. Yunsheng stood up. At this time, the Bahuang mirror in her hand reflected the magic array. The shattered surface of the mirror reflected thousands of light and shadows. The light shadows shot to the ceiling. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to move. The entire Bahuang Tower was changing. When Yunsheng realized this, she quickly transformed into magic wings and flew up. The tower shook more and more. Outside Bahuang Tower, Yi Baiming and the others were also shocked. Under the moonlight, the 8 Wastelands Tower, which was originally standing quietly, underwent an astonishing change. The tower was constantly moving. How can this be? Almost at the same time, Yi Baiming, Green, and Du Guxiu were about to rush toward the magic array. But as soon as the three of them entered the magic array, they were repelled by a magical power. After repelling the three of them, Bahuang Tower turned into a black light. The light penetrated the ground and rushed into the sky. The light formed a strong barrier. No matter how Yi Baiming and the others used magic or combat skills, they were all repelled. If you use brute force to break through, it is very likely that you will damage Bahuang Tower. At that time, it will also affect the people inside. The high priest looked at Bahuang Tower in shock. The high priest was also shocked by this bizarre scene. His magic array had lost its effect. At this time, Bahuang Tower was like an island. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't enter. Why did it become like this? Yi Baiming was like a furious lion. He didn't care about the high priest's identity and grabbed him by the neck. If I'm not wrong, this should be the power of the last Bahuang of Darkness divine artifact. The high priest and everyone's eyes were fixed on the black light pillar. Chapter 1370. The 8 Wastelands Tower was moving more and more. It was completely enveloped by the black pillar of light. The tower slowly tilted over, as if someone had used a hand to turn the tower over. This scene looked incomparably strange. Calm down. Apart from the high priestess, no one can save her. He Yao reprimanded. He originally thought that Yi Baiming had really taken the high priestess as his master. However, the current situation didn't seem right. Don't worry. If I'm not wrong, that woman has triggered some kind of restriction in the 8 Wastelands Tower. She might be able to find the heavenly fate mirror. The high priestess' words made Yi Baiming loosen his grip. If she dies, I will bury the entire 8 Wastelands Tower with her. Yi Baiming turned around and stared at the 8 Wastelands Tower. Yi Baiming's words were very calm. However, within those words, there was a chilling and austere aura that made the high priestess' heart turn cold. If something really happened to that woman, she was afraid. There was no fear in the high priestess' eyes. Instead, there was a trace of inexplicable excitement. At this moment, the tower was completely tilted over and the angle of tilt was still increasing. Until the entire tower was completely flipped over. The original first floor of the 8 Wastelands Tower suddenly became the last floor. There's something on the tower. The topmost floor of the 8 Wastelands Tower that was tilted over actually gave birth to a new floor. Was that the 9th floor? The 8 Wastelands Tower actually had 9 floors. Inside the 8 Wastelands Tower, Yun Sheng was also dumbfounded by this scene. She felt the world beneath her turn upside down. The tower flipped over, causing her to feel disoriented. With great difficulty, the entire tower returned to its original state. When there was no more abnormality, she noticed that there was a stone staircase in the originally empty first floor. The stone staircase snaked forward, seemingly leading to the upper floor. The second floor. It should be called the basement. Yun Sheng could clearly feel that the entire tower had been flipped over. The direction she was heading towards should be the original underground of the 8 Wastelands Tower, which was the location of the basement. Of course, that was if the ancients had a basement. Yun Sheng looked at the magic circle that was used to leave Ba Huang Tower. There was no light coming from the magic circle. It was obvious that they couldn't leave. Yun Sheng could only follow the flight of stairs that led to an unknown place and walk up. It's gone. Outside the 8 Wastelands Tower, everyone suddenly saw a dot of light inside the 8 Wastelands Tower. The disappearance of the light spots in the Bahuang Tower meant that they were either dead, or, when the light disappeared, Yi Baiming's body trembled. His eyes widened, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. No. Like a trapped beast that had lost its lover, Yi Baiming's entire body was surging with grief and pain. He fell to his knees and held his head with his hands in pain. His eyes were filled with blood. Lu and Duguxiu also stared at the 8 Wastelands Tower in a daze. It was as if there was a hole in their hearts, and they felt as if they had fallen into a cold cave. It won't. She can't be. Green cried out. Green, calm down a bit. The 9 Phoenix clan leader looked at Green worriedly. He looked at Green's empty eyes and felt a burst of regret. The result is out. The high priest said. No. The result is not out yet. Qilin boy, don't be disappointed. Master is fine. She should have entered a sealed enchantment. Seeing that the situation was not right, Bo simply wiped off the disguise on her face. She didn't want Master to come back safe and sound while Qilin boy was beaten black and blue. When he saw Bo, Yi Baiming's originally slack eyes gradually became clear. Bo, it's you. When Yi Baiming saw Bo, he suddenly remembered that Yun Sheng and Bo had a life contract. If she was fine, that meant that Yun Sheng must be fine too. The sadness in his eyes was instantly swept away. It's actually you. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. 8 Wasteland Tower has already become like this. That bastard is dead for sure. When Yu Shang, who was overjoyed over Yun Sheng's death, saw Bo, her eyes blazed with hatred as if she had met an enemy. It's me, this great aunt. Do you believe that I won't slap you 100 times with such a despicable mouth? Bo huffed. Are you telling the truth? Duguxiu had always hated Bo, but this time, he suddenly felt that Bo wasn't so annoying. Of course it's true. I'm Tang. Anyway, I know that Master is just trapped in a very special place. She will definitely come out. It's just that I'm not sure when she'll come out. Only a few people knew Bo's identity. Bo couldn't sense Yun Sheng's aura, but she was sure that Master was still alive. Although she couldn't say for sure where Yun Sheng had gone, she was sure of one thing, Master's life wasn't in danger. High Priestess, since the life and death of that woman from the Celestial Fox tribe has been divined, and 30 days have passed, the 8 Wasteland Clan Competition's court competition has already ended. There's no need to waste time on an insignificant person, said the patriarch of the Obsidian clan. He didn't expect that even with the ancient forbidden curse, Yi Baiming and Duguxiu would still be dead set on that woman from the Celestial Fox tribe like moths to a flame. The High Priestess glanced at Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was the first to bring out the 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine Artifact. He was fully deserving of first place, but at this moment, his entire body and mind were focused on the 8 Wastelands Tower. Even though there were no signs of living people on the 8 Wastelands Tower. The High Priestess looked at Duguxiu again. He was the second to bring out the 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine Artifact, but Duguxiu wasn't interested in hearing the results of the core competition at all. Then she looked at Green. His expression was exactly the same as the other 2 men. He treated the High Priestess as heir. The rest could only be. The High Priestess looked at Yu Shang, who was the 4th to come out, and Hu Qianxiu, the leader of the Celestial Fox people. Congratulations, the Celestial Fox tribe has replaced the D clan as a high-ranking beast clan this time. The High Priestess announcement made Yu Shang and Hu Qianxiu beam. As long as they obtained the qualifications of a high-ranking beast clan, Yun Sheng's life and death were insignificant to them. The other beast clans also had their own gains. The rankings of the other Bakra orcs had also been determined. The D clan, the Chinese, and the Behemoth tribe were middle-ranking beast clans. As for the Peng clan and the Blue Hell Wolf clan, they were reduced to low-ranking beast clans. The 8 Wastelands Tower came to an end. When dawn came, the citizens of the city also saw the magical scene of the 8 Wastelands Tower. What was even stranger was that there were a few people guarding outside the 8 Wastelands tower like stone statues, unwilling to leave no matter what. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.